Hola, sí. Good morning, everybody. I think we should shortly. But anyways, let's start. And as I said, good morning, everybody. I would like to welcome all of you in this final event of the FF-IPM project. And the purpose of this meeting is to disseminate the findings of the project and to communicate with not only with the partners but also here the research community in Spain, in the Valencia area. Our findings and this data we have produced over the last 4 years are relevant for growers, for people dealing with all the sector of fruit production. And so I would not be long, but I would like to start by thanking first IBEA and Rodolfo for hosting us. It's really important for us to be in such a institute. I was telling to earlier, visited the IBEA when I was a student in the 90s, and I've seen it like growing and really developing into a strong institute. So thank you very much for hosting us. Also, I would like to thank for organizing this meeting ANECUP. ANECUP was a really important partner in this project. It was not because of the, let's say, the research we did not expect something like this, but it was the contact to the growers and to all this system. And we all understand how complex the system. And if you are not an agronomist or you are not dealing with this business, only talking with Nicholas and with Angel and with the people from ANECUP, you understand the complexity of the system. Also, I would like to extend my thanks to our other partner, the R&D, the communication and dissemination partner, for coordinating this activity, Philippus and Georgia. And I could go on thanking all my, actually the group, 21 partners from different countries, different organizations. I wouldn't like to go one by one because I couldn't support here, but I would also like to say a few words for our advisory board. We have 4 people serving in the advisory board and helping us a lot. Here today is Rui Pereira from the International Atomic Energy Agency. Rui and the other members of the advisory board were really instrumental in conducting this project and in advising at different levels. And thank you, Rui, and everybody for serving in the advisory board. So, as I said, I want to go by thanking everyone, but I would like to give a special mention to another person, to Mark de Meyer, who is the technical manager of the project, and who also is always dealing with, closer or okay. I thought it's. So I was telling about Marco for all the support and the nice collaboration that we had. So that's it. As I said, this is a complex project. There is an executive board. There are partners, lead partners, senior partners. It's gonna take long. Thank you. I think that's it. And also to Georgia Plizanakis for supporting administrative this group. Okay, thank you very much.
Well, I told you I was in a hurry, but not that much of a hurry. I can stay for a few minutes. Okay, good morning to everyone, those who are here, those who are connected online all around the world. My name, as you may know now, is Rodolfo Caneta. I'm director of IBEA, the hosting institution of this so interesting symposium. As I started saying, I have a very, very complicated morning. I won't be able to stay here. Will be, but I cannot go without letting you know how happy and proud we are of having you here. You might know that plant protection is one of the specialties of India, Valencian Institute of Agricultural Research. In fact, the biggest center of India is the Plant Protection and Biotechnology Center. As fruit fly is one of the main problems for Mediterranean food production, this is a topic we have worked extensively here. So we are very, very interested in what you are going to say. And in fact, you also probably know that we host here the evolutionary of sterile male fruit fly to combat the pest. That is managed by Traxa, who is one of the other partners of the project, as far as I know. So I'm going to leave you now, but I really keen to learn later what the main results of this symposium were, because this is a very important topic for us. Thank you very much, and let the good work and results. Thank you.
I think we are on time, and because I had some interesting comments that I don't make a good background, I leave soon the seat. So, but, before starting the break to the agenda, as you can see, it's through the stakeholders' lens, and the idea is, as I said, to present and to interact with stakeholders and see how these results of our group are relevant, can be used, because we know with all the scientists concluding a project, we are happy. We are publishing few papers, better papers, higher papers, and we are really pleased. Then we look at our metrics, but this is not the point. The point is all these findings to go to the stakeholders and be used by the stakeholders. So that's why we have divided the day in two parts. The first is to learn a little bit on the local situation and also the international things that happening in Europe. We have two talks. The one is from Nacho, Ignacio Mora from Traxa, and you all know. Sorry, you all know that you know in this area in Spain there is a very big program based on the sterile insect releases. Traxa is coordinating all this issue. So I'd like to learn a little bit more and see whether we have some things that from this project, from the FF-IPM project, that can be used by Traxa. So I would like to invite as the first speaker the Ignacio Mora, and the talk is on Mediterranean fruit fly area wide suppression program in the Valencian community. So actually, the floor is yours, and I will make a state-owned company.
¿Se me oye? Okay. Okay. So I start again. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me and for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation. I am Nacho. I'm the technical department for several projects carried out by my company. My company is Traxa. Traxa is a state-owned company, and we work to develop and to carry out projects for the public administration, not only the central government of Spain, but also for the regional governments. And in this case, for example, we are going to talk about one of the most important projects we carry out here in Spain, and of course in the Valencian community, that is the Mediterranean fruit fly area-wide suppression program, the Valencian community. This project belongs, of course, and is funded by the Department of Agriculture of the Valencian community. And the presentation is divided. Okay. Okay. Okay, is the first one here? No. The index. Okay. The index. So, I will try. Okay. Okay. The presentation is divided in two parts. In the first part, we will talk about a short introduction in which I will talk about the importance of agriculture in Spain and also in the Valencian community. And the second part is we will talk about a short presentation about the FF-IPM program in the Valencian community by using mainly as you know, the SIT as the main tool to fight against Ceratitis capitata. And in the second part, my colleague Oscar, who is the head of the research and development department of the project, will talk about he will talk about the research and development activities we are carrying out inside the project of the application of the sterile insect technique. This collaboration is managed by IVIA, where we are now. And thank you very much to Alberto, who is the head of the Department of Entomology here in the IVIA, and also, of course, to Rodolfo. I don't know, it's here. Okay. And okay, let's start with the presentation about the introduction. Okay, only to say that Spain has along about 50 million hectares, and the third part of this 50 million hectares are dedicated to agriculture. So for Spain, agriculture, of course, it's a really important income. Spain is the first exporter of citrus and vegetables in the European Union, and all the main part of the exportation is for the European Union, and 80%, and the rest is for the rest of the world. And use an annual income close to 16,000 million for our country. So, and regarding the main crops in our country, we have here the citrus is the one most important crop we have. Okay, so in Spain, the main areas where this crop of citrus is made in the Mediterranean side of the country, in Catalonia, Murcia, in Andalusia, and the main part is made in the Valencian community. The Valencian community is the main citrus production area in Spain. We produce more than the 50% of the total production. And the Valencian community is the world leading citrus exporter region in the world. Okay, we export the 65% of the total exportation of citrus of the country. So for the Valencian community, the citrus is the main crop we have. And of course, Ceratitis capitata is the most important pest we have for our crop. You know, not only for citrus, but also for the other crops we have in our region. And for the reason, the Department of Agriculture of the Valencian community decided many years ago, maybe 60, 70 years ago, to apply in all our region an area-wide program to fight against this pest. And from the beginning of this century, from 2007, we started the SAP project as the main tool to be used to fight against Ceratitis capitata. Okay, and for the reason we have in this image, in the center of the picture, we have the SIT, because it's the main tool used. And in the surrounding area, we have other technology to apply in order to increase the efficiency of the program to control the pest. Here you have a map in which you can see the total area of citrus in the Valencian community. It's around 160,000 hectares. And the SIT is applied in 140,000 hectares of citrus. Okay, I think all of you know what is the SIT, but a short explanation, we can say that, okay, what we do to apply the sterile insect technique against the Ceratitis capitata is, okay, here you can see what occurs in nature. Males and females mate lay eggs. From these eggs, we obtain the larvae and the pupa. From this pupa emerge the adults. And the life cycle of the Ceratitis capitata start again. What we do is the same that is occurring in nature, but under artificial conditions. And for this, we have the marrying facility where we produce a huge number, millions and millions of sterile males. These males are sterile in a private company. Okay, tomorrow you have the visit of the marrying facility, and there we will explain a lot the production process and so on. Okay, but when we sterilize in a private company the males, these males mate with the females lay eggs, and from these eggs there is no offspring because of the sterility of the males. Okay? And I insist, tomorrow you will see everything and the real conditions, and we'll explain a lot about the production process in the marrying facility. Also, we have the visit of the Baking and Release Center that is located here in Ivrea, as it was said by Rodolfo before. Okay, and this is the marrying facility. The production capacity we have is 500 million per week. It's the third largest in the world. It's unique in Europe. And to produce only males, we are rearing Vienna 8 strain that it was developed by the International Atomic Energy Agency. And this strain has two main characteristics. The first one is lethal sensitivity to temperature, and the second one is the color of the pupa. You know, with these two characteristics, we are capable of selecting all the males and to eliminate completely the females. As you will see tomorrow, in order to select only the males, what we do is to put inside these incubators the eggs with a temperature of 33 degrees. And because of this lethal sensitivity to temperature, all the eggs that will become female will die, and remaining only the eggs that are males alive. Okay? And this is the first step in order to eliminate all the females. And we have a second opportunity, we can say, with the color of the pupa. The brown color is the natural color, and these are males, and the white color are females. So we have a second opportunity to eliminate the white ones. In this way, we'll select the males. Okay, regarding the paging and release center, you will see tomorrow that when we have all the sterile males died with fluorescein, and okay, you will understand tomorrow why the fluorescein is used and so on. And irritated, we have to transport them to the paging and release center. The name we put in this facility was the Evolucionario. Okay, in the Evolucionario, you will see the cages we used to put inside the pupa. From this pupa, we'll merge the males and so on. Okay. I insist, you will see tomorrow. And also in the Evolucionario, we manage the monitoring network. Monitoring network in the Valencian community is an important tool, of course, because in this monitoring network, we will have access of the wild population and also the sterile population. And all the activities we carry out against Activities Capital in the Valencian community depend on the results of this monitoring network. Here we can see, for example, a map to report the situation of the pest, and depending on the area, and depending on the season, and depending on the level, we will see that in the case, for example, of release the sterile males, we will release more or less quantity. And also we will apply other technologies to support and to increase the efficiency of the program in order to fight against Activities Capital. Okay, the monitoring network, we have a lot of traps, okay, for Activities Capital, more than 1,200 traps. And also for early detection, we have traps for Bactopsera dorsalis and for Triopterytrae, for Andiaphorina titri, since 2015. Okay. These important pests are also followed by us because it's an important concern, not only for Spain, you all know, also for all the European countries. As you know, in the case of Bactopsera dorsalis, you know that it is present in Italy and also in France. Okay, according to the aerial release, the aerial release is made by planes. Here you can see a photo of the machine we use to release all the sterile males. In one flight, we release 12 million sterile males. And this machine was developed with the collaboration of the IBIA, 2006, I think. And what we do to release to decide quantity of sterile males to be released in all the area where we are applying the SIT is the following. From one side, we have the population catches in the monitoring network. Okay. And here we obtain this map, this color map. Evidently, the red color is where we have a high population, and the green color is where we have less population. On the other side, we have the GIS, citrus varieties of the Valencian community. We now, in every plot of the Valencian community, the variety of citrus that is cropped. Okay? In this way, we can divide the Valencian community in areas with extra early varieties crops, dominant crops, okay, we can say, and late varieties. And in this way, for example, in this case, the most important varieties to be protected, as you know, the peptide is picking the fruits that when they are close to be harvested. Okay, and in this way, for example, in this moment, for us, it's important to protect the extra early varieties because they are being harvested at this moment. So these are the main areas to be protected. If we are in this case, here we have all the areas where these extra early varieties are more present in the Valencian community. If we cross this with the population density, we obtain the risk map in which we can see in which areas we have a high population of the pest and a high concentration of varieties to be protected at this moment. So in this area, we have to increase the number of epithelials to be released. If we cross this risk map with the path to be followed by the plane, we obtain this path to be followed by the plane by with the different density to be released of the steroid males. Okay, we will see now an example. Okay, yes, it's here. Okay. This is all the citrus area. This is the risk map. We have crossed the population density and the density of varieties to be protected at this moment. This is the path and the plane. We cross all the information, and of course, we will release more quantity of sterile males in this area than in this area. And here, where there is no color, we will not release the sterile males. Okay, because maybe it's a mountain, it's a town, something like this. Okay, and now my colleague Oscar will present the part of the research and development activities we're carrying out with the collaboration of IPM. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Nacho, for your introduction. Well, as Nacho explained, the SIT program in the Valencian community, it's a large-scale program that is covering more than 140,000 research. So make it an important and also a costly program. This program started in 2007, and 10 years later of this starting, it was necessary to evaluate the entire program in real conditions in order to respond to key questions regarding the performance of this program in the Valencian community. For that reason, in October 2017, we started a collaborative agreement with IBIA, the Department of Entomology, led by Alberto Urbaneja. We include two lines. The first one, the entire evaluation of the SIT program performance, trying to results the first results include 4 work activities. The first, the evaluation of sterile male performance after aerial release. The second one, studies on dispersion and longevity of released sterile males in the field. Third one, the evaluation of ultraviolet validation method for sterile males detection. And finally, and mostly possible the most important, study of sexual performance of sterile males in the field. These work activities just to answer key questions like this. The first one, are released flies landing properly in the field when we release it by aerial ways? how long sterile males live? Do they move from the fly to line disease currently? Are flies currently identified from field traps? And the last one, are they sexually competitive? The second research line was focused in 3 work activities that include study nutritional requirements and supplements for larvae and adults applied in the diet, the evaluation of different strains of entomopathogenic fungi against Ceratitis capitata, and the third one, inoculative releases of Ceratitis capitata parasitoides. Well, I'm going to start with the first quickly because we have a lot of information. I try to be quick. The first work activity, including the evaluation of SIT performance, was focused on studies of try to evaluate the state of maintenance after aerial release. For that purpose, we try to know if our sterile we release in the field are raised in good conditions compared to those that are in previous. For that reason, we make some aerial releases in a airfield landing strip. We will put some tarps in the soil, and then we wait for the plane in different paths to get the maximum number of sterile males in order to evaluate 2 key parameters that consist in studies on longevity under stress conditions and their sexual competitiveness, always comparing sterile males that were released by plane and not released by plane with the same bats. Here you can see maybe a video. It's not connected. Okay. It's a video. I can now see a video. Okay. Here you can see the plane that's passing away from to the tarps, and then you can see a sterile mate falling down. You can see sterile males, and we get maximum number of sterile males to go to the laboratory and then make some quality parameters based on the longevity and sexual competitiveness. The first ones, the longevity, we get non-negative effects on this parameter. The aerial release, you can see up to 24 hours later of the release. We compare pre-release samples and post-release samples, and we have no negative effects after aerial release. Regarding non-matings, we also make some competitive tests in order to know if these sterile males are competitive after aerial release. And we have also non-negative effects on this parameter. The second work activity was intended to study dispersion and longevity of these released males. For that purpose, we chose 2 representative eggs in the Valencian community, about 4,000 hectares, where we planned some one release per week, normally on Sundays, covering in this length of flight. Then we were daily to these areas monitoring the traps in order to get all the samples. And this period was repeated for 5 weeks per season. Okay, here you can see different population dynamics depending on the season. But in all cases, we could recover up to 5 days after the release specimens of sterile males. So the captures we were complete. We find sterile males up to 5 days after release. So in the SAT program, we plan a real release every 3-4 days. So we ensure that the number of males that are present in the is correct. Regarding non-dispersion, we saw that the 75% of the catches were within 900 meters in the 900 meters. So even we can find some sterile males up to 2,000 meters from the line. The SAT program includes 2 releases per week and in 2 different that at distances on 450 meters. So we ensure in this case also that the number of sterile males covering the zone is correct. The third work activity was intended invalidation method of detecting sterile males using ultraviolet light. As you know, we're staining the pupae of sterile males with fluorescein. That when they emerge from the pupae, they get some fluorescein in the head, and then under ultraviolet light, we can detect if the sample is a sterile male or a wild specimen. For that purpose, our technician get the samples and they see or he could put different specimens as sterile or as wild. In our case, we get the sample that was differentiated, and using molecular analysis in PCR with specific markers, we sectionate the abdomen of the samples, and we can observe that the error of the technician was very low, that just about 2% identified as sterile with a rod, and just 0.6% identified as a wild. So there is a correct identification from field traps. In parallel, we're developing an automatic image system analysis in order to avoid dependence of the human factor. The work activity number 5 was intended to study the sexual performance of sterile males in the field. This is a key point for the program because it's the last work of our sterile males that try to find females to mate. For that purpose, we selected 6 representative areas in the Valencian community, and we collect females from different traps in the field in order to extract the spermatheca. And then, using molecular analysis, detect in first instance if this spermatheca contains sperm, and in a second, try to differentiate the origin of the sperm. As you can see, here is one of the cases in 2 areas of Tabernes and Costera here in the Valencian community. And you can see first step on PCR, detecting sperm in the spermatheca. We can see that 50% more or less contains a sperm. After a second PCR, we can differentiate the origin of the sperm. You can see in purple the percentage of sterile sperm we find in these 2 areas. You can observe that different ratios, 1/30, 1/4, sterile wild, that was very disadvantageous for sterile male, but in any case, we can detect positively a great amount of sperm, of sterile sperm in the samples. So, as a summary for this first results, we can say that this is a suitable performance of the SAT program in the Valencian community. We have a good quality of release sterile males with inadequate mobility and longevity. They have an sexual competitiveness in the field, even with adverse ratios. And we have a correct identification of these sterile males from field traps. Well, the second research line that we agreed with the Department of Entomology area was the use in possible improvement in SIT program in order to get more efficacy or more efficiency of the program in the Valencian community. The first work included nutritional and recurrent supplements for larvae and adults in the diet. I have no time to show you all the results, but as a summary, you can see that we include in the diet different products like probiotics, antibiotics, different brewery, different bulking agents, preservative, natural complements, even in both in larvae and adults. And the main objective that is continuing working is improve production of the mass rearing sterile males and their performance in the field. Regarding the second work activity in the improvement of the program, consists in the evaluation of different strains of entomopathogenic fungi against the discriminated. We implemented two strategies. One of them using sterile males as a vector of the disease against wild populations, and a second strategy consisted in soil applications against pre-imaginal species and adults of medfly. This line is in collaboration also with the University of Cordoba. And we start with laboratory assays in order to evaluate these strains against both sterile and wild specimens in order to see the pathogenicity. A second step, trying to evaluate the evaluation of different strains to get the lethal concentration at lethal time 15. We also study the horizontal transmission and sexual competitiveness after conidia infestation. And finally, we are carrying out different field assays with infested sterile males and soil treatments. After laboratory assays, we select two strains. The first ones, Bovaria siena, that is a commercial botanic art. Use it just for sterile inoculation. And a second strain of Nutrition Bruneo that is belonging from the University of a collection and presently licensed by Copper just for soil applications. Here you can see that we use for adult, for every sterile male when we release it in the field, that correspond to a lethal time 50 of 4-5 days. Here you can see in order to evaluate sexual competitiveness of a state after conidia application. We found that 24 hours after applying conidia to sterile males, we have no differences on this sexual competitiveness. So it's a bit new. We also check the horizontal transmission and development of mycosis in females. When one sterile male copulates with a female, found that the 61% females develop mycosis after mating. We also found that female survival after mating was decreasing after sterile males mating. More intense when females develop mycosis, and this survival can be reduced to the half after mating with the sterile males. Well, once we obtain all these results in laboratory condition and semi-field trials, we select a very good area of of 12,000 hectares of citrus orchards, what we divided into the half north. We release sterile male with Boveria bassiana. We make two releases per week. 12 million for sterile maize per release, and we set different traps in this area in order to get the samples and bring it to the laboratory in order to find in the possible microprocessing cadavers. I like to say what we participating in a national project with the Department of Agri-Engineering, led by Dr. Patricia Chuca. The name of the project is Inditec, and they are developing a machine for an automatic inoculation of sterile males in order to apply it in the field. Well, as a summary, let's say that we are implementing this technique since 2020, and we can say that we have obtained up to 25% of infection in wild males and up to 14% infection in wild females. Obviously, the results we obtained in early spring and late autumn because the conidia are very influential for the weather. If you're wondering what's happening with natural enemies, we check this point during 2 years, and we know we doesn't observe any effect on natural enemies. Regarding Metarhizium bruneum, we start last June soil application in the field, selecting extra early varieties of citrus, and we evaluate the pathogenicity of this strain against mostly pre-marginal species of Theratitis cricutata. We are applying the treatments under canopy of these extra early varieties, and is planning to apply in spring and fall application. The first application was in early June of this year, and the second application just the last week. The dose we use are 500 grams per hectare with this number of conidia programs. For this purpose, we selected 6 plots of 3 hectares, and we release. We apply this product in the soil in areas with releasing sterile males with Boveria bassiana, and in places where we are releasing standard sterile males. We are sampling every month in the soil in order to check the evolution of the conidia in the soil, and we visit the traps every week in order to get the samples and try to find some evidence of mycosis in cadavers. This is our the first results where we obtain applying soil treatments of Metarhizium bruneum, and you can see we start the application in early June, and by the end of July and beginning of August, we get a nice peak of infection close to the 60% that reduces over the time. And this kind of infection is very notable because we get the sample close to the 60% of infection. So this fungus is very virulent against this against it. Well, finally, the work was focused in the cumulative release of Theratitis capitata parasitoids. We're thinking we carry out a ruling establishment of the Ecasmi morphological data, that is an endoparasitoid of third instar larvae. We are optimizing the procedure because we are using our larvae PN out offering the host for these parasitoids. And we did some inoperative releases as a first approximation in isolated summer trees and extra citrus varieties. We did a complete manual for the ring of these parasitoids. We obtained all the parameters of the breeding with average development time of 18 days, average proteins of 30%, and average sex ratio of 60%. Here you can see one of the, it's what we did in the field. In this case, we select 3 plots of an extra early variety that is very sensitive to theratitis. We obtain up to 40% of mortality due to the emergent, and we obtain a nice reduction of the level of infestation during the release period. I like to say that during the sampling of the crates in the field, we discovered that another parasitoid called Laganas pisaki that we bring it to the laboratory, and we have started a new reading using this new parasitoid, that this is naturally present in the Valencian community. I like to say that we are working in a mass breeding facility in Ibiza, close to the Market Center, and we're working to produce over 500,000 parasitoids per week in order to get support the SIT program releasing extra early varieties. So finally, say a special thanks to the Department of Entomology, led by Laura Corbaneja, the Innovation Direction of TRAXA for funding, providing the funding, Department of Agroengineering of IFIA, and of course the Agricultural Council of the Generalitat Valenciana. And thanks to you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Oscar and Nacho, for the very nice presentation. I know it was a little bit longer than planned, but it was very interesting to see all the new developments, and that's why I didn't say anything before. I wanted to see more results. But I could say to leave some time for the end for the discussion, and I would also like to make things because I didn't much about the project. We were on welcoming remarks, but I didn't introduce briefly the project. There might be some people that have no about FF-IPM. Briefly, the project, the FF-IPM that runs for the last 4 years, started 3 major food fly species. The one is medfly, not medfly in the way that Traxa is addressing the problem of IPM. We are interested for the movement of medfly from the Mediterranean coast to the cooler areas, to more continental areas because of the climate change. That was one of the focus of the project. And the second focus is 2 invasive species, Bactrocera dorsalis and Bactrocera zonata. I've seen that within the activities of Trax and the community of Valencia here, there is an extensive network for trapping Bactrocera dorsalis. We target Bactrocera dorsalis and Bactrocera zonata because they are in neighboring countries and because we have detections now in Europe. So that's the focus of the project. Okay, and we are also developing tools to deal with medfly in these marginal areas, but with a different, let's say, approach, with an off-season approach that Slavomir will explain later. So I wouldn't like to expand more, but just for the context and for people who have not heard about the project. And now we can move to the next talk. This is by Matteo Grotta from EFSA, and this is the EU framework for risk assessment of invasive alien insects, how FF-IPM findings can inform
quantitative pest risk assessment. So, Matteo, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Um, do I have the controller, the PowerPoint? Okay. Okay, thank you. Good. So, hello everyone. Let me start with a huge thank to Nico and the whole consortium for the invite. I'm very grateful to be here as a representative of the plant health and the ecotoxicology. My name is Matteo Crotta, and I'm a scientific officer coordinating the working groups dealing with quantitative pest risk assessment in EFSA. In this short talk, I wanted to give you an overview of the risk assessment framework that we use in EFSA whenever we are asked by the European Commission to deliver a quantitative pest risk assessment. This is because as a modeler myself, my background from reading the scientific outputs of this project, I really had the feeling that this project is generating practical knowledge that can inform different aspects of a risk assessment process. In my team, we are dealing with 3 different types of risk assessments: commodity risk assessment, pest categorization, and quantitative pest risk assessment. And this is what I will be focusing on. This is the last step of the assessment, when we are required to provide a quantitative estimate of the risk. So doing a quantitative pest risk assessment basically means answering a set of questions that are really structured and really well defined. So whenever we start a quantitative pest risk assessment, of course, the first thing we have to do is to review the available evidence. So always the first step is to conduct systematic literature review to extract all data that needed, all the pest-specific data that are needed to following steps. Following steps that are represented by as a matter of simplicity. The first is to quantify what is the probability of entry. And when we say entry, we basically mean 2 things. The probability of the pest being introduced into the European Union, and the probability that if this pest is introduced, can also transfer to a suitable host. Next to that is the probability of establishment. So the pest is first introduced, can find a suitable host, and can really establish, so it can reproduce. From when it established, we proceed with the estimation of the spread. So how far and how quick can this pest move across from the place of introduction to Europe? And in the end, what is the actual impact of this pest? Should this pest be established in Europe? So in the following slide, answering each of these macro questions, let's say, means answering a set of sub-questions, because in the end, we want to characterize all these events in a probabilistic and quantitative terms. So for example, when we approach the probability of the characterization of the probability of introduction, we aim to answer few questions. Where is the commodity that is associated to the pest coming from? Is it coming from a country where the pest is known to occur? What is the infestation rate, the expected infestation rate in the country of origin? What is the probability of the pest surviving along the journey from the country of origin to Europe? And what is the probability of the pest being detected at the point of entry? So to answer these questions, we have basically 2 options. Either we have data or we don't. If we have data, that is the best scenario, when we can proceed in a more mechanistic way to the estimation of the probability. When we don't have the data, we need to rely on what is called as expert judgment through a process that is called expert knowledge elicitation, where we are basically putting together all the evidence that we have, we present the evidence to a group of suitable experts, and we elicit, with the help of a facilitator, the opinion of the expert, and we come up with the distribution of the uncertainty around the value that we need. And this is the same for the other questions. For the probability of the pest survival, that means that if a commodity is transported, for example, at a very low temperature, as it is the case of the table grape, we may have, for some pest, the actual probability of the pest surviving low temperatures for a given time, but for some other pest we don't have. And in which case, it depends. We can use the data for a reasonably close species if the experts believe it makes sense to do that. Or again, we rely on the process of the expert judgment, again, putting together the evidence that we have or that we don't have, because doing an expert knowledge elicitation means eliciting the uncertainty that we have around the parameter. And of course, in the end, what is really important is what is the probability of the pest being detected at the border control point. And this is related to the sample size and the sensitivity of the diagnostic method of the inspection. So up to here, we have estimated the probability of introduction, but this is only the first step. So at this stage, the pest has only entered the European Union. From here, we need to understand what is the actual probability of this pest reaching a suitable host for establishing a new population. Up to here, we call, what we have up to here is the number of potential funder population. Whether they can establish or not will determine whether this potential funder population will become a funder population. And here is where we proceed with the probability of establishment, that very often is informed by climatic analysis, where we have different methods, different type of analysis that we normally do, depending on the quality and the availability of the data that we have. From the distribution data, our first approach is always doing a Copenhagen to see where in Europe we have the same climatic zone of the place of origin. And if we have enough physiological data of the pest, we can proceed with something more elaborated, such in this case, here we have applied physiologically based demographic model. And by this type of analysis, we could differentiate really at a higher level of resolution the high risk area for this pest in Europe. Recently, we are also dealing with a climate change scenario. And this is a case that was applied to Elasmopalpus lignusellus. So as one of the output of the scientific opinion, we had the area of establishment, of potential establishment now, those in this yellowish here, and the area of potential future establishment when considering climate change scenarios. So in that case, we should consider as the potential area of the establishment those in yellow, but also that in red. The next step is when we proceed with the modeling of the expected spread. And here we proceed with considering what is the overall area of potential establishment of the pest, what are the expected spread mechanisms, whether for a pest we expect a strong contribution of the natural dispersal, or for example, we are dealing with a pest that cannot fly and it has to rely basically on the human-assisted spread. Also, of course, related to the commodity we are dealing with. And this is also the stage where we consider what can limit the spread of this pest, whether we are already applying some control measures that are maybe applied for another pest, but are expected to be working also for this pest. And here is where we have a strong contribution of the surveillance activities and the application of the RROs, which are the risk reduction options. The last step of the assessment is related to the estimate of the impact. So up to the step before, we have basically identified the areas in Europe where the pest can establish should the pest arrive. So given all the conditions have happened, so the pest has managed to enter Europe, managed to find a suitable host and managed to establish, this is the step where we try to give a quantitative estimate of the impact of this pest. We are not dealing with economic losses as EFSA. We are only dealing with yield loss and quality loss of the agronomic production. This is an example of one of the latest opinions we have published related to Elasmopalpus legnosellus. For this pest, we have identified the import of asparagus from Peru as the main entry pathway. From the climatic analysis, we have identified the areas, the south area of the EU and the area around the Mediterranean Sea as the high-risk area for establishment of this pest. And here we have provided, this was the probability of introduction under the two different scenarios we have considered, current climatic conditions and the climate change scenario. Then we proceeded with the estimate of the actual number of established population, expected number of funded population per year, estimation of the spread. So what is the distance that this pest is expected to be able to cover, and an estimate of the impact when considering cereal and legume host species. This is just to have an idea of what is the sort of outputs that are included in a quantitative pest risk assessment. So again, reading the scientific outputs of this project, I think there are many practical and very useful contributions for risk assessments. And these are only some of those that I have identified by reading the document. So everything that is related to the detection and the identification of the pest. You have already done some work on the climate suitability. And as we have also seen in the previous presentation, some data about the possible impact of the risk reduction options. So I'm really the whole of my team is really looking forward to know more about the outcome of this project. And I will also take the opportunity to invite you to EFSA and share these outputs, because these are not relevant only for my team, which is the risk assessment team, but also for the monitoring team. All the work that you have done for the risk-based surveillance, I think is super relevant also for my colleagues. So you are more than welcome to come over and share your knowledge. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Matteo. Very interesting and very informative. Actually, I've been involved with some activities in EFSA, and if you don't be involved, you cannot understand the complexity and all the operations. Some of the things might not look, let's say, simple from the eye of the scientist, but this expert knowledge elicitation is a really interesting exercise, and you have to go through in order to understand, because it's like concluding without much of data and trying to combine and to consider all the information. So that's the first thing. The second is we accept the invitation, and actually we are in communication with Giuseppe, and we most probably have a visit and the presentation of the project at the end of January. We make a decision during this meeting. So thank you very much. And again, I hope we will have some time. We definitely have some time at the end of this morning in order to discuss more and get some questions. Okay? All right. Now, I have two nice ladies to present the interaction of the FF-IPM project with stakeholders. And we start with Georgia Pachlitzanakis. So, Georgia, the floor is yours. So, and then we continue with Georgia Micheli. So, Georgia and Georgia today.
Great. Good morning. My name is Georgia Palagianakis. I'm the Stakeholder Engagement Coordinator. I'm the Stakeholder Engagement Coordinator for the FF-IPM project, and along with Georgia Micheli, who does our communication and dissemination, we will present all the stakeholder activities that have taken place for the FF-IPM project over the past 4 years. So, the FF-IPM project has a multi-actor approach. This is used to ensure that the FF-IPM developed outputs solve stakeholder problems. If we don't have a clear understanding of the problem and the expectations of the relevant stakeholders, then that's the only way actually to ensure that the solution addresses the real need. Why is this multi-actor approach important? Working with and for the stakeholders, initially by understanding their needs and priorities, tapping into their experience and knowledge, and then involving them in the co-creation of solutions, ensures maximum stakeholder engagement and facilitates end users to ultimately take up the project results. Who are the stakeholders? In order to identify the stakeholders, we developed a stakeholder database. Initially, this had 200, 300 contacts. It has grown up to 600 contacts. And this constitutes the foundation of the project network building and dissemination efforts. It's informed, enhanced with regular updates throughout the project implementation period, and capitalizes on dissemination activities. The stakeholders in this database have been classified into major interest groups. So that's fruit farmers and traders, the research community, food protection and food inspection authorities at local and national level, private sector, investors and companies, and the general public. So, genuine engagement of stakeholders constitutes the cornerstone of the project's approach and concept. As I mentioned, first of all, we identified them through the database. Then workshops were held. The first round of workshops to discuss problems, needs, and expectations. Then communication, knowledge exchange with project information, outputs, and results. Then, again, more workshops where we got feedback, adopted the solutions, tracked the progress. And finally, now in this final phase of the project, tentatively we're undergoing stakeholder training to familiarize the stakeholders with the FF-IPM developed tools and services. So, over the past 4 years, 23 stakeholder meetings have been completed, and 19 of these were workshops, and 4 of these were executive meetings. So the initial round were held to discuss the stakeholder needs and expectation regarding pest forecast and alert systems, and to introduce the technology and IPM approaches. Then, a second round of workshops where the locally optimized pest detection scenarios were discussed and the portfolio of IPM evaluation scenarios were analyzed to get stakeholder feedback. And now we're in this third phase where workshops will be organized to assess the results of on-farm technology evaluation and, of course, the stakeholder training. The executive meetings were more targeted to industry actors, and these were to get targeted information regarding their needs, assess if they would want to adopt the solutions, and we're in contact with them now that we have the developed services and outputs to get them involved to exploit it in market potential. So, in numbers, 372 participants from Greece, Italy, Spain, South Africa, Israel, and Croatia have participated in the stakeholder workshops, and 138 industry and research actors in executive stakeholder meetings. The thematic areas which were covered were interception, detection, and management. I won't go into a lot of detail because in the following presentations, all these tools will be within these categories will be analyzed and what we've done. And also, Georgia will tell you about the platform that has all this information. And finally, there were joint project activities. These are collaborations that we had with other European Union projects, like Optima, Superpests, and more. And very recently, we had our first joint meeting with React. And the two training workshops that have already taken place. Very recently, the last one was for the multi-entry ID keys, which was held in Nafplio. More of these are planned, and I think these are one of the more interesting outcomes from here on. And Georgia will pick up from here to tell you more about the rest.
Perfect. Good morning. There was a reason that we had to split this presentation in two parts. As Georgia just mentioned, with the previous mentioned activities, we wanted to engage the stakeholders, but we understood that in order to keep this network alive and vivid, we had, of course, to proceed with providing them with our insights and, of course, to foster learning. So reflecting on our path from a year and a half ago, we started implementing our webinars in order to share our insights of the project and foster training and learning. 536 participants joined the Zoom platform that the webinars took place. And since our webinars were broadcasted by the social media, we had less than 2,000 people watching either live or then separately in their convenience. We wanted to start our webinars with more generic presentations, and so we covered the fruit fly detection and interception and how the FF-IPM project responds to the challenges. And then as the project was evolving and as our outputs were developed, its webinar thematic was a little bit more specified with our experts from the consortium to provide their feedback. And what we understood was that these webinars was a valuable resource for training, as apart from the presentation that took place, the Q&A sessions that we had in the webinars was a great opportunity for the participants to reach the experts and learn directly from them. to continue with the training process that it was and is a big part of what we are doing and what we are intent to continue doing. A series of 25 training modules were developed under 5 entities: interception, detection, biosecurity and population modeling, management methods and management strategies. These modules will be soon available and will be uploaded at the FF-IPM platform that Georgia also mentioned. What we need here to point out is that we are not just creating these modules in terms and sake of documentation. What we want and what we need is to prepare something that is going to be usable and accessible and has active and immediate use. So this is why to the next planned training workshops and training meetings that we are going to have, these workshops, these training module will be present, and we will take advantage of them. And of course, we will urge everyone to check them on the platform that we will soon describe, its features, so that they can all our stakeholders be more empowered with knowledge and skills that are valuable, and we hope that they can assist them in further training. Apart from the more specialized target groups, we intended to reach even the most generic audience, a more generic public. So we have prepared a video. It is on our YouTube channel, and of course it is disseminated in other social media channels. Right now we have more than 19,000 viewers, and during this summer, at the end of this summer period, it was also broadcasted in the national Greek channels, and we are now waiting to get the report to see the audience reached there in order to have the metrics from the video as well. As we have already just pointed out, but let me get into a little bit more detail without make you a little tired. We have prepared in the frame of the project the FF-IPM platform. This platform, ensures that the knowledge and the expertise that we have gathered and collected throughout the project is ready to be shared for greater impact and innovation. What I would like to say, this is a web-based area where it serves, let's say, as a repository for material, innovative tools, expert services, linking the services and the products from the FF-IPM and, of course, beyond. Few features that I would like to share, but of course mention that it is available at platform.fruitflies/ipm.eu, is that the platform contains the tools developed in the frame of the project, the services and the expert services developed in the frame of the project, the training modules that I just described, pilot testing and case studies, and all the project publication in open format together with research data. Though, even in the part that describing what this platform features, I think we can go a step beyond and check the whole picture. What we believe that this platform is all about is about the market potential that it offers and how it, through the sustainability, because everything is open and access for our stakeholders, we think that it is what we need to focus more there. The prevention and management solution developed to combat the fruit fly infestations address a critical need in the agriculture and food industry. With the growing emphasis on sustainable practices and food safety, there is a surging demand for effective measures in agriculture and food industries. So this, we can consider it as a great opportunity for businesses in Europe and of course beyond. The in silico boosted off-season IPM paradigm stands out for such a joint exploitation example. the whole point is that all the developed technologies from the project, the tools and the expert services are going to be available even after the project finalizes its course. So the accessibility will maintain our sustainability for the project and for the platform. Okay. To conclude, it was important here to a little bit summarize the target groups that we have, as Georgia mentioned, we have contacted with, we have been in contact with, and how we believe that through all these activities that we described, we were able to reach them, and we hope that we have offered something to them, and of course, we have more months ahead to provide even more. For farmers and traders, we have informed and trained them on the new tools for pest identification. And with the training that includes a method for shifting towards medfly off-season management, I think that they have a more solid knowledge on how to proceed. The knowledge exchange results in through the research community is what we believe has done a measurable increase for new networks, facilitated the future research cooperation. We have started collaboration with authorities, so we have established links with food protection and inspection authorities to further their knowledge about the associated risks. And to close, we have involved the private companies where they were made aware of the FF-IPM components. They understand better, we believe now, how these components are being are working and how they can be upgraded to their regular products and services. Encourage them to develop new and innovative products and services. This is hopefully a goal that we have set. All these actions, what I have described, what Georgia previously described, guide us through these 4 years. Of course, we have a few months left, and we mean to intensify our actions. So we will proceed and, of course, update all our data with new activities that we are planning in order to proceed and engage and manage our stakeholders database. Thank you.
Georgia, thank you very much. So very nice, presentation of the activities of the project regarding the stakeholders. Now, I think we have time to discuss the previous presentations and to have questions or any comment from the audience. Rui, please.
Yeah, I have, if you allow me, Nikos, I have a comment, a recommendation, and many questions for Nacho to start. The comment is that I congratulate Spain and Valencia, Comunidad Valenciana, for this initiative to have a detection system for invasive fruit fly species. I think this is key. You have a fruit industry to protect. This is very important. I hope other provinces in Spain and other countries in the Mediterranean region follow your approach. I know that is not only yours, but the team approach. My recommendation is don't use only that you are detecting dorsalis, you are also detecting zonata, you are doing a detection for invasive fruit fly species that respond to methylogenol, basically. Then the questions are, you have more than 1,200 traps. I assume that all over the Comunidad Valenciana. How did you select the sites to set these traps? Are you conducting the inspection year-round? You have different approaches in the winter, in the summer. How is this going on?
Thank you, Rui. Okay, for the first part, we also have another project in which we have included another kind of traps in order to also have early detection pests that are not present at this moment here in Spain. And it's a surveillance. It's a surveillance monitoring network, okay? And of course, in these traps are included the traps for Bactrothera zonata and others, okay? And these traps are located in ports and airports and so on, in places in which we consider that the risk of entry of this kind of traps is high, okay? And the second point was, regarding the distribution of the traps for Bactrothera dorsalis, they are installed in the same places where we have the traps for Ceratitis capitata. We have in any place where we have installed Ceratitis capitata, we have several traps in order to increase the efficiency of the inspectors we have in the field, okay? Because as you know, the main cost for any activity is always the hand labor. Okay, so we take the opportunity of the inspectors to go for the inspection of one trap for also the other traps. Okay. And according to the recommendation of the University of the Polytechnic University of Valencia and also the IVIA and so on, we keep a distance between the traps at least of 50 meters, okay, in order to avoid the how to say, the interaction, okay, the interaction between the attractants, okay. And no, from January to December, yeah.
And you expect if you service the traps same period, 1 week interval, 2 weeks interval, or you have?
It depends on the pest. It depends on the pest. We have pests that we service for Bactrothera every 15 days, all year, yeah. Okay, thank you, bro.
Okay, next is Philippos. Yeah.
Hi. 2 confirmations and 2 questions, please. You mentioned the 500 million sterile males per week. And my understanding is that you don't export to other countries, you just use it in Spain. The questions are, how easy it's to augment this production, and what are the main difficulties, and why you have not, what are the reasons that you don't export to other countries?
Okay. So the first question was the production capacity. Okay, we have sorry, Vicente. And our production capacity is 500 million per week, okay? But currently we are producing 250 million per week, okay? Because we are only covering part of the crops here in the Valencian community. At this moment, the SIT is only applied in the Valencian community. And of course, we have the possibility of exporting to other countries, okay? So, in the last year, we have been exporting sterile males to Morocco and also to Croatia and also to Italy for pilot projects and so on. So the possibility is available, of course, yeah. And I don't know if is more questions? Because okay. Okay. The price depends on Vicente Dalmau. The price depends on the cost we have to carry out the project, okay? Because at least we have to cover the cost, of course, okay? And currently there is a law, a regional law, in which it is defined the price for other countries and also for other communities in Spain. If they want to apply the SIT, they have to buy the sterile males, but the price of these sterile males is described in this law. Okay. Yeah. By the government. Yeah. Because the project is belongs to the government. Traxa, we only implement the SIT project. Okay. The project is totally supported and funded by the Department of Agriculture of the Valencian community. Okay. Yes, and if you want to buy me the sterile males, you have to talk before with Vicente Dalmau. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, more questions. I think Ellen has a comment, and Rui.
For the fungus.
Yes. Sorry for the other part. Thank you. So it's two questions.
Yeah.
How you said that you use Bovaria botanigard in the soil. So the first question was, how did you apply it? And after, you said that you were able to see adults in mycorrhizal of the adults. I saw the pictures. And how did you process these? Was it that you capture the adults in the field and then bring them back to the lab, or you took the soil and tested it? How did you do that?
Yeah, we use Bovaria vacina just for sterile males, using sterile male as vectors of the disease in the field. Bovaria vacina just.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Metarhizium.
You're talking with Metarhizium. Okay, Metarhizium is a strain belonging to the University of Cordoba, but it's recently licensed by Copper. That is a big company of biological control. So we are using a commercial product that is provided by Copper, and we apply it in the soil in two periods, one in the spring, and now in the last week we applied the second treatment.
But how?
How? We are applying like a standard application using a pump, a classic pump of no, not pack. No, not pack. It's like with the motor. It's motorized.
So aerial?
See, it's a gun.
Into the soil.
To the soil, yes. So we are covering 18 hectarea, just applying under the canopy of the trees, and then we follow the evolution of the conidia, taking samples every month, and then bring it to the laboratory to analyze the number of unit of colonies that we have in the soil.
Okay, so you're taking back the soil and then putting flies, and that's the results you found. Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so another comment from Rui.
It's also for Oscar. Oscar, this is more, how can I say? I like very much your applied research in terms of release of the flies, how the males perform after being released, how they survive in the field. I think this kind of research is really, really key. I'm teasing you to another aspect that I think you should consider doing in the future. Have you ever considered to release flies without being dyed, without being marked, and do this, for example, 1 month every 6 months, and the other 5 months don't mark the flies? What are the saving in costs? Where are the implications of that? Because in my view, for a suppression program, is not a must to see that you have the ratio should be always be this or that. You are doing a suppression. I'm just thinking about just raising this issue to take in consideration for the future, and if it's worth to do research on that area.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, this is for Mateo. Just a question. I was looking at your data a little bit and your addition of probabilities of actually invasion and establishment and spreading whatever. At the end, you get to a very, 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 very low number of probability. Probability is almost zero or below zero, probably. how do you explain basically what you are seeing? Basically, you are seeing a lot of invasions and a lot of establishment. So how can you explain from your data that what you are seeing in Europe, basically, you have a lot of invasions? That means there is something, that means, are you correcting your probabilities at the end?
No, because normally the risk assessment that we do, those are for pests that are not yet in Europe. We are trying to provide the policymakers our evaluation of the risk for pests that are not yet present. So this is our estimated probability of the pest being introduced in the future. And the low numbers that you see, for example, that was the case of Elasmopalpus, when you have a very, very low probability, this is normally then converted into, because we estimate the probability per year. So that is the probability per year, and therefore you can convert in how many years before the first entry event. Then you may say, okay, if we could do retrospectively, as a sort of validation, we will need to dig into why it was outside the range of uncertainty that we have provided. And that could happen for reasons. The very first step of the risk assessment is the identification of the most relevant entry pathways. We will never say this pathway is impossible, but we have to focus on something, particularly when we have very polyphagous pests. We need to focus the efforts on the pathways that, from the scientific assessment, emerged as the most likely to be considered as a vehicle for the pest. Then, of course, you may have a guy working in Australia, not cleaning the boots, arriving in Europe, going for a walk in the mountains and establishing a new population of whatever. We do our best to predict what we can.
Did you have this evaluation for, as an example, Bacteroceras dorsalis, and if your probability of invasion and establishment, and you can see that something changed in the probability lately?
That could be a nice exercise, actually. I take the advice. That could be a nice exercise to go really retrospectively and see what changed, what didn't work out.
Yes, I've also a question to you, Matteo. First question is, for which fruit fly species which are now listed for the European Union as quarantine pests did you do the quantitative risk assessment? This is the first question. And the second question, in future, how will you include climate change scenarios in your risk assessment? Because climate is changing maybe faster than we have expected. Which scenarios can you apply, and which range? Are they regional or global, or how will you continue with that? Because I think this is really a big challenge for the future.
It is. Thank you for the question. So for the first question, I will say we need to open the letter from the European Commission when we have the mandate of the new list of pests for which we will need to carry out a risk assessment for the next mandate. So I don't have an answer for which are the fruit flies for which we will be doing a risk assessment. We did yes. I need to check because there is a quite extensive list, but we did, yes. I will tell you later exactly which are the pests. For the climate change, what I've presented earlier was one of the first pilots, because in the last mandate we were requested for 2 pests to also consider climate change scenarios. And the way we did it was by using climax model, and basically to see within the time horizon of the risk assessment, because this is also something that has to always be specified, whether it is 5 years, 10 years, whatever it is reasonable. The forecasts and the application of the climax model on the forecast. So we try to identify, from the forecast data and the results of the climax model, which are the new areas that could represent a higher risk for establishment of the pest. But we are still piloting ourselves the approach, right? Because there are so many variables, and we have a climate suitability teams that is dedicated to advise us on what, based on the data that we have, what is the most reasonable approach to use.
Matteo, I'm not apparently, I don't know all the activities of EFSA, but I know there is focus on Bacteroceras dorsalis, Zonata, Anastrefa ludens, and Ragoletis pomonella. And there are different assessments for these 4 species, at least as far as I know. So, Alberto.
I had one question, now 2. The first one was to Georgia, or probably to Nikos, I don't know. I really see very interesting these meetings that you had, these joint meetings within different European projects, and I would like to know a little bit more about the results of these meetings. They are concerning the results about R&D research of the project, or the focus or the objective of these meetings are to expand the knowledge between the stakeholders and things like that?
I can probably answer here. So there was always, Alberto, you might be aware from EU, there is always a kind of a pressure or a suggestion to have the different projects interacting and trying to maximize impact. So these activities were in the frameworks of this. It's not like that much structured, I have to admit. The first one, there were 3 projects that are, let's say, with a Greek coordinator and in the same area of pest management, and we exchanged and we presented the different projects to a broader audience. So I think it was really good to, from, let's say, from the perspective of the audience, to see different activities that can be combined. So since then we have some discussions with these guys. Their projects, they are over, but on organizing a final meeting and sharing the results, sharing more of the results, because this was mainly approaches, and now we are in the results.
Focused for the partners of the project, or to a bigger audience?
The partners of the project, but again, we would like to make it open again, and we say, okay, we addressed the problem in this audience, and now we have some results to summarize. Since our project is concluding its activities, so something that we plan to do. And the other one was an activity with the REACT project. The REACT project, in fact, we can consider it as, let's say, a successor of the FF-IPM project. It's not like this, but it's because it addresses fruit flies, and but now it's trying to deal with eradication approaches and is based on the SIT. So, and we have in NAFPLIO, there was we call it joint activity. It was the annual meeting of the REACT project, and then we had the FF-IPM, and we used same stakeholders to attend meetings in REACT and meetings in the FF-IPM, and to train these stakeholders. So anyways, this it's not easy. If you run a project, it's not easy to, let's say, to have joint events with other projects, but I think it helps a lot to maximize the impact.
I have one comment, if possible, at least
sure.
To go further with the comment of Rui, but I didn't understand what you said. You recommended to test the releasing of medflies, sterile medflies, without dying. Why? Do you have any hypothesis, or which is
no, just for cost reasons and quality. You know that dying flies, you have another additional damage to the flies because they are moving, and there are if you go for a suppression, to have the ratio exactly is not a must. If you are in the eradication campaign, I will not consider this. I think needs research to support that idea. Yeah. We can elaborate a bit more later on, okay?
Okay, thanks, Alberto. Other comments, suggestions, something that we would like to know? Yeah, Darren.
Thank you. Just to sort of follow up on that climate change question that Sylvia was asking. EFSA and EPO sort of last year asked the IPERG, the International Pest Risk Research Group, to go and take climate change and pest risk as a focal topic for the meeting. And out of that, we've got 5 manuscripts that will be published in EPO Bulletin. And one of the key points was that forecasting climate change is a fool's errand, that there's too much uncertainty there. So asking which model or which scenarios is sort of to miss the point that in the pest risk assessment problem, we need to stress test the system, because if you underestimate your risks, the consequences are that you're going to likely have an invasion that you didn't want, whereas it's better to go and err the other way. So it's mainly, so the recommendations are around using sort of high future climate scenarios, and you're looking not to go and pretend that you can predict what's going to happen, but that you're stress testing the risk assessment under a current climate scenario. Is that fair, Matteo?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense what you said. Actually, this is what we do. We work by scenarios. We under very stressed scenario to see what is the worst we could expect and what the results could be in that case. And you may realize that, okay, even if it is in the really, really worst scenario, there is not much change. So it is from the sensitivity analysis, this is not really the major problem. You may have the opposite, of course. It is a major problem. And that means that you have to try your best to investigate further what the results. Yeah.
Okay, I think we can conclude this first part of the day, and I would like to thank all the speakers and for this nice talks. We come back in half an hour to continue with more presentations and interesting findings from the FF-IPM project.
Hola, hola. Hola. Sí. Hola, pruebas. Hola. Probando.
1, 2, check. 1, 2, check. Yeah,
Sí, yo te escucho.
it's okay?
¿Me escuchas? You listen me?
No.
Hola. No. No entro. No tengo.
But in the small mixer,
Hola.
you can up the volume.
Hola.
En la mesa pequeña tienes que subir el volumen.
Yo.
El canal 3-4 hay que subirlo. 3-4.
Sí. Hola. Sí.
Entonces ahí.
Hola.
Luego tienes que subir, claro, tienes que subir el del atril.
Hola.
El canal del atril tienes que subirlo.
Sí.
Porque está la mesa.
Sí.
Tienes que bajar el canal 1 y 2, que son los del atril, y bajarlos en la mini mesa.
Hola. 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 Ahora sí. Ahora sí. Sí.
1, 2, check. Hola, sí.
Hola.
Aquí me escucho doble dentro de la sala.
Sí.
Por lo cual, sí, lo que pasa es que Arturo habla.
Hola, hola, hola. ¿Ahora me escuchas?
No. A Arturo no lo escucho.
Sí.
Ahora sí.
O sea, aquí yo escucho con eco.
No, pero sí. A ver, si el tema es el siguiente, sí o sí, cuando hablen en sala y estén en online, no puede estar abierto el ordenador. El uno tiene que estar cerrado. Solamente se puede abrir cuando entre Josep.
Pero a ver, ahora mismo yo estoy dentro. ¿Tú me escuchas a mí? ¿En sala? ¿Me escuchas en sala? Sí. Hola, hola. ¿Me escuchas en sala? ¿Me escuchas? No. Sí. Hola. Hola. Sí. 1, 2, 1, 2, sí. Hola. Probando, sí. Hola. Hola, hola. Sí, sí, sí. Ahora sí, ahora sí, ahora sí, ahora sí, ahora sí, ahora sí. Creo que se escucha ya en sala. Creo que se escucha ya en sala. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, 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 ¿qué tal? ¿Qué tal? Pero me escucho doble y triple. Me escucho triple y cuádruple. Hola.
A ver, el tema es...
¿Sí? Hola, hola. Sí. Hola, 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 hola. Sí, hola, sí, hola, sí, hola, sí, hola, sí, hola, sí, hola. Hola, sí, 1, 2. Hola. Probando, 1, 2. Sí. ¿Se escucha? Hola, hola. Hola, 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 hola. Sí, 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 sí. Hola, 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 hola. Hola, sí, probando. 1, 2, sí, funciona. ¿Se oye bien? Laura, ¿se escucha bien? ¿Sí o no? Hola, hola, ¿cómo estamos? Hola, hola. Hola, sí, probando. 1, 2. Hola. Hola, hola. Sí. 1, 2. Probando, sí. Hola. 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 Sí, ¿se escucha? Hola, 1, 2, probando. ¿Hay reverber? ¿Se escucha bien? Sí, hola, probando. Uno, dos, ¿se escucha bien? Laura, dale lo que hay a ellos o no, depende de si se escucha o no. Hola, hola. Un, dos.
Hola, ¿me oís? 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 Hola, ¿me oís?
Josep,
Sí,
¿me
sí,
escuchas?
dime.
¿Me
Sí,
escuchas?
dime.
¿Me
Sí,
escuchas?
dime.
No, entra doble. Espérate, te llamo.
Okay, please. We can start the second part of the day. So we have the presentation of the results of the project now. And you probably cannot understand it from the structure of the project, but there are different work packages in this project, apparently, also, as in all other projects. And the one is on generating new knowledge. This is the scientific part of the project. I'm going to cover this one. Then we have a work package that deals with interception and detection tools. And it's Mark who is going to cover this part. Then we have the development of IPM tools for off-season use. We have Josep Vacas giving this talk online. Unfortunately, we cannot communicate back to Josep, but any question that may arise that we will try to answer, either myself, Mark, or partners involved in this research. Then we have the detection, and then we have two parts in the detection. The one is more modeling oriented, and the other one is on strategic approaches to detect low populations. And we have also the off-season IPM, the concept of off-season IPM. So we have in the first part in the modeling, it's Darren, and then is David Nestel for the strategies. For the IPM is Slavomir Lux, who is going to cover, and then we try to see how we exploit these findings, and Hélène Delate will give this talk. So, without taking more time, let's see how we move. Okay, I point over there. Okay, as I said, this is actually research data that have been generated in this 4 years of the project. And it's quite interesting to see. I'm trying to summarize. I cannot present all the data apparently, but this is a summary. So starting a little bit a step before, it's what is the problem. I think I explained you that this is new and emerging risks to EU plant health. This is how we came as a consortium and we get this grant. And we know that fruit flies and other species, they arrive in Europe and in other countries, and there are several drivers for these biological invasions. The climate change is a major one. We have warmer winters, unpredictable weather conditions, so some areas become more friendly. Then we have this massive transport of food and fresh food. We have all this globalization in trading that brings mangoes from sub-Saharan Africa, from Southeastern Asia with fruits infested, and this is the way that they arrive in Europe. Also, we have the increased human mobility. Now there is an emphasis on understanding more. I know in the States they are searching the luggages of visitors for years, but now in Europe I think there is also interest for this. And there are other factors like changes in the cropping patterns, the land use and urbanization, and these things that contribute to biological invasions. Just to put things in a perspective, we have these different phases in biological invasions, and biological invasions can happen with two processes. The one is these long jumps, arriving from a very long distance, like with a cargo shipment from Brazil to Europe or from Southeastern Asia to Europe. And then we have this range expansion that is in a shorter distances that can be also depend on the ability of the pest to disperse. And this might be a few kilometers per year or not that long dispersion. And the phases of invasion is first is the arrival. The arrival is kind of unpredicted. We can have interceptions at ports of entry. This is a first indication that there is an arrival. Then it's this phase of establishment that cannot be really defined. We try to approach it, but cannot define. We need to have a self-sustained breeding population. that can go through the winter. It's not just one generation, one summer generation, but it's several generations that need to be concluded for a multi-volatile species. Also, we have this naturalization phase, which is interesting as well, because this is a period that the new pest, after become established, needs to spend in the new environment in order to get integrated into the system, and then only after concluding this, they can explode. This can be short or long, depending on the different species. And then finally, you reach the part of the spread. The spread is something that you cannot probably do much. You cannot go and do eradication, and then you go to containment approaches. So I said that we focused in these three species: medfly for expansion of its distribution to northern countries, to more cooler countries, and Bactroxera zonata and Bactroxera dorsalis for arriving and having the probability of being established in Europe. So, and we all understand that fruit fly invasion and pest invasion and organism invasion is a multi-dimensional phenomenon that involves a lot of biological processes. That might be genetic processes, that might be adaptive plastic processes, response to environmental stresses. Then we have climatic, we have the climate change. There is a part on the social aspect, at different levels of social aspect. We have huge economic impact of these new invasions. And also we have a lot of policy-related issues. And it's a difficult part here, how science can inform policy and how policy can use this information. It's not easy, but I'm really happy that through this project we have developed some ties and some connections with, let's say, organizations like EFSA, who are doing and implementing policy or supporting policy. Also, we have a very good collaboration with the International Atomic Agency, Atomic Energy Agency on this respect. So now just a few things. It's going to take a little bit longer than 15 minutes, my talk, I warn you, especially people who are really strict. But okay, I have these slides just to show what was the situation before starting this project. Before starting the FF-IPM project, we had detection of fruit flies in Europe, mainly in Austria by the group of Sylvia, and there was this case of medfly detected year after year in the area of Vienna, and also Bactroxera zonata for several years, and in some cases there were also the Bactroxera dorsalis complex detections. But Vienna and Austria is not friendly for fruit fly establishment. This was not that much warning for the rest of Europe. So that was the situation. Also, in a project that we ran with in the Balkan Peninsula, we have seen that not exotic fruit flies, but we have seen the Mediterranean fruit fly detected in Romania, for example. And this was a little bit surprising. So we have seen medfly in cooler areas. But then, during the course of the project, there was something like the interception of Bactroxera dorsalis in Italy, then more in France. Then we have the huge outbreak, big outbreak last year in Italy as well. Also, we've seen much interest with the Eufresco project and other projects dealing with medfly dispersion in Central European countries or northern areas of the Mediterranean countries. So we have detection of medfly in Germany, analysis of the genetic structure in Germany. We have some modeling for the dispersion of medfly in more cooler areas. So, and this is actually what was the most warning. It was the outbreak of dorsalis last year in Italy. And it was interesting that the detections, the outbreak was very close to the original detections. So this is just for the perspective. So it seems that our project was really timely and came at the right point. And the approach of the aim of the project is to protect the European horticulture and trade from current and imminent threats posed by selected emerging fruit flies, and we know which are these three fruit flies that we consider in this project. So I know this is a complicated graph that takes me like 10 minutes to describe it, but what I would try to summarize here is that the FF-IPM project focuses first on the invasion as a process from introduction, establishment, spread. Here is like detections of established population, and here is when the spread starts. And the approach is, for example, if we are at this point, is first when we understand that it's an established population to drive it to extinct, to eradicate, and second is to go to a suppression program, an IPM project like the one that is executed here in Valencia. On the other side is the phenology of medfly in cooler areas, which is kind of similar. We have long periods with no detection of the fly in the area, and then we have an increase of the population at the end of the summer. And apparently here the option is to keep it at under the economic injury level and have a proper IPM project. And the project develops tools for prevention, interception, off-season IPM, detection, and on-season IPM. We use a lot of spatial modeling. So I want to stay more on this. Otherwise, as I said, I lose all the time of my talk. So now I focus on the new data that we have produced, and I try to package it and give an example of each of the data. One of the major, let's say, ideas of this project was to experiment with wild flies and try to get more ecologically relevant data. So that was, to use this data in order to, let's say, to fit the modeling. So we first did an exercise on identifying more precisely the gaps in knowledge, and then we start collecting this data. We try to use all these species in the experimentation. In some cases, it was not easy to include all of them. This was the case with Bactrocera zonata because of the invasion of dorsalis in Reunion Island, for example. It was not possible to find any longer the Bactrocera zonata. But we collected all this information and all this data. We are now in process of publishing the information, and even the original data will become available for everybody to consider, for future modelers to work, and for everybody. So there will be a repository. There is a requirement that each publication is with open data, and the data are available, but also we will have all this organized. So we look at the critical thermal maxima and minima. We look at the adaptive and the plastic response, and this was a very interesting exercise, always focusing on wild flies. So we have this for Bactrocera zonata. Also, we did some desiccation and conservation, a lot of thermal treatments. Here for medfly, we included all this, and then we had also some demographical traits. We looked at the development of medfly in the so-called overwintering hosts, the hosts that are available late in the season, before the winter prevails, especially in marginal areas that citrus are not cultivated. And also for dorsalis, as you can see, we have all these things. So some of the outputs of this data, as I said, it's impossible to present all the information. Here, as I said before, that we looked at the adaptive and the plastic response. We considered different medfly populations originated from Israel, from different areas of Greece. In some cases, we have Croatia included, and also the population that is from Vienna, that it's Sylvia and Agnes keep in the laboratory. And with all this analysis, we look at this chill coma recovery time. And this is a really interesting metric. It's like you put the flies at low temperatures, they get into the chill coma at 0 for some hours, and then we ask how fast they recover from this chill coma. And as you can see, there is no latitudinal pattern of this recovery. And we have longer recovery for the flies coming from Yodvata, but also longer the recovery from the flies coming from Vienna. And here it's more faster for the Greek population. So it seems that it's a kind of a local adaptation in this business. And just to find the relevance with the previous talk of Oscar, so when you have chilled flies that dropped from the airplane, it would be of interest to see how fast they recover. And probably this, we can consider it as a new quality control test. Okay, I said that I give you an overview of the data without explaining much. This is another study, again, from my group, using, again, different populations. We have from Crete all the way to Vienna. We have a population from Croatia. And this is the grouping with these bioclimatic indices. As you see here are the two islands of the Greece. They are grouped together, considering the bioclimatic areas. These are the continental Greece, Thessaloniki and Volos. This is the cooler areas that we have considered, and we get the population. And what is really interesting, this is the pattern here. This is the developmental duration of immatures in different hosts. The one is on apples and bitter oranges. We consider both as overwintering hosts. And it's interesting actually to see that some populations, the Greek populations, under these conditions, they can extend the development of the immature stages. While some other populations, the northern populations, they cannot do this extension. They do not respond plastically to this stress, to temperature and to host stress. And we consider it relevant with what we have seen for the overwintering of medfly. In northern Greece, for example, medfly overwinters as larvae within apples and extends the larval stage for 4 months. But in Austria, as we know from recent data from the group of Sylvia, medfly seems not able to overwinter in open field conditions, but only in protected areas and as adults and not as larvae. So this might be relevant for this. So then we have this stress response, and these are data coming from, I have here the logo of the organization. I just selected few data. This come from the group of David Nestel, working with Bactrocera zonata, and this is survival times under different conditions, and you can see that the acclimation temperature has quite a big effect on the predicted median survival. So we have this data, several studies for Bactrocera zonata, and these are much needed data because for dorsalis, for medfly, there are a lot of data in the literature, but not for zonata. Also, our colleagues from the University of Stellenbosch, the group of John Terblanche, they have elaborated on different aspects of the biology, of the thermal biology of fruit flies. And this is data regarding Bactrocera dorsalis. This is for males and females, different acclimation temperature. You see this is critical thermal minimum. The critical thermal minimum is the temperature that the individual loses the neural coordination. It's not a comma, it's yet not comma, but it's when you drop the temperature or you increase the temperature and loses the coordination. Again, we see a big effect of the acclimation temperature. So it's not straightforward. Depending on the thermal history of the species, we have different responses and quite substantial ones. Also, I included this graph because this comes from the group of Sylvia. This is the overwintering of medfly in the area of Vienna. Similar studies have been conducted in Croatia by the group of Mario Bjelic, but these results are of Sylvia. So without again getting into details, here is the survival of flies that are collected or installed in these experiments in autumn. And this is how many days. It goes up to next autumn, actually. For several months, these flies can stay alive. And this is the number of eggs that they can produce. So under these urban areas, protected areas, the fly can make it in Vienna as well. And this is an interest recently on the thermal islands in different places. Also, the group of Mark de Meyer, the Stellenbosch University, I think Ellen, and the group of China, the Agricultural University of China, involved of an analysis on the genetic relatedness of different fruit fly species. This is for medfly and at different spatial scales, from the global picture to see the invasion and understand the invasion events, but also in a more localized area. And these are data from Greece, Croatia, Austria, and seasonal and annual patterns. There is no much structure among the European populations. You can see some differences, but there is no much structure. And it seems that examining the population from Vienna, it's like this city allotments in Vienna, harbor-wide diversity of medfly genome that probably shows repeated introductions there. So, and this is another study of the same group of Mark de Meyer that looking at the invasion of Bactrocera dorsalis in the Indian Ocean, and it seems that it's not a single invasion event. There are two major invasion events. So the project has contributed much to this area, to depicting the genetics and the global genetics of fruit flies. So also we elaborated on the dispersion capacity of the different species, and we have a common protocol running in 3 laboratories, in my laboratory, in Ellen de Latter laboratory, and in Stellenbosch University for Keratitis capitata, Bactrocera dorsalis, and Bactrocera zonata. And these are the flight mills. This is a short video, if we can play it. Can we do it? But anyways, this is how these flight mills go around. And also here we looked at the plastic responses of the different species. We've seen some of the metrics. We see some plastic response here of dorsalis, but not of medfly. So it's really complex, the phenomenon. So this is just a very simple assay on with the flight mills in our laboratory. It's actually my student Elma has run all these experiments for us. So we have a lot of laboratory data regarding the dispersion, okay? So also we did some release recapture studies, and considering wild flies, and after subjecting them to different treatments in the laboratory, like thermal treatments. And in one of these studies, it was like releasing the flies below the tree, like in close distance to the traps. And we have a Macphail trap with a 3-component lures, and here is a Jackson trap with 3 mature. And we asked, what are the factors that drive these flies to enter to the trap? Okay, so this is another experiment of Elma. I know the graph is not very clear, but it contains a lot of interesting information. This is the probability of recapturing these flies, and this is the temperature. This is the ambient temperature here, from cold days to warmer days. And this is the acclimation temperature. And you see, always the flies that are acclimated at lower temperatures, they respond better and they come to the traps. The flies acclimated to higher temperatures, they have lower probabilities of being detected. And apparently, the higher the ambient temperature, the higher the probability of detecting. Something else that worth mentioning here is these are detection probabilities of males, and these are detection probabilities of females. And we have in non-host tree and in host tree. And you see, it's like really variable and depends on the thermal history, on the ambient conditions, and on the host tree. So trapping is not that easy and that straightforward. And I consider this information very relevant for all the detection exercises. Also, we experimented with laborious, let's say, trials on the factors affecting establishment. And this is an experiment that I know Ellen does not like it very much. The outcome is wonderful, but the work behind this experiment is enormous because it's like developing laboratory populations of different sizes and with different invasion events. So the one is the size of the propagule and then the propagule pressure. And again, without getting into details, and Ellen, you can correct me here. For example, here is the introduction events. If we have multiple introductions in the laboratory, we see that the mortality rate is dropping following multiple introductions. So it seems that the more the introductions, the higher the probability of surviving there. And this is the size of the founding population. You see, increasing the size the mortality rate decreases, and it suggests that the higher the density of the size of the founding population, the higher the probability of get established. I know this might be like people think that this is kind of a common or something that is expected, but from expected to be proven and to consider it into modeling, there is a long distance. Also, another thing that we have done in the framework of this work was to look at the alternative breeding resources for the early spring populations. And this was an idea of Slaughter looking, for example, medfly in a cooler area that citrus cannot be cultivated. When emerges in the spring, the first host in northern Greece, for example, that can meet there is either loquats, that they are not very good early. They need to be overripe to be perfect for medfly development, and cherries. And medfly doesn't like cherries, I can tell you. So, but at least some varieties. So where they breed, what are the alternative breeding resources? And the idea of Slaughter was to check the fruitlets of the different trees, like apricots, peaches, apples, and doing some field experiments. And we didn't manage to find infested fruitlets in the field. But when we subjected them into the laboratory, we worked 3 laboratories in this project. In the 2 laboratories, we were not able to have, let's say, any success of development. But in the laboratory of Andreas Sciaretta in the University of Molise, we have these results. So the medfly go and lay eggs there, and we have some pupation, and we have some adult emergence. So this is something that we need to consider. It's very low infestation apparently, but the resource might be widely available at specific times of the season. Okay, so I think that's it. It's here it's a kind of a summary of what we have generated as a group. And as you can see, there are a lot of partners involved and different experiments run, some with common protocols, some others with different protocols. So we generated a wealth of data on stress physiology, thermal, hydric. We considered 3 species, and we addressed plastic for all other species and adaptive for medfly as well. We look at the dispersion dynamics of the different species, of the 3 different species, with laboratory flight mills, but also with release recapture studies. I presented some of our data, but similar data have been generated for dorsalis in South Africa. Also, we look at the establishment success, which is kind of a black box with this interesting experimental approach. The genetic relatedness, we tackled 2 species at a global scale, continental and regional scale, and this is the work of Mark and the Chinese colleagues and others. And also, we explored the off-season breeding resources, and we have also strong data on the overwintering capacity of medfly in northern areas. So I think that's it. Thank you very much. Okay, we take questions and discussion at the end. So we now move to Mark. Mark de Meyer for interception and detection tools. Okay.
Thank you, Nikos. Can I have the pointer as well, please? Okay, thank you. So Nikos gave a bit of the background on the general biological aspects. What I'm going to talk about is the different tools that have been developed for interception and detection. So what exactly is interception? I think most of you are aware of it. The most important part in this description or in this definition is the one for interception of a pest, is the detection of a pest during inspection or testing of an important consignment. So it is at the point of entry when fruits are coming in from outside your country, inside the country. At that point, you try to intercept. You try to avoid the flies actually becoming in your country. So if you can stop the flies there, you can stop your problem. So why is it important? Well, of course, we have heard already today about invasive species, and if you have an invasive species that comes inside your country, it will increase the problems of your crops, pest spectrum, and so you try to avoid them. So that's one aspect. The other aspect, of course, is also that it has trade implications. If you have a alien pest that becomes established inside your country, your relationship with other countries for export to them may change as well, because they don't want to have that pest imported in their country. So how are they intercepted? Well, there are two main parts of it. You have the commercial consignment, so you have a number of import by commercial consignments, containers that are coming in. There are regulations. A number of those consignments have to be checked. That's one thing. And then the second one, which according to me is more of a problem, is the importation by personal movement, by people moving. A lot of people go to foreign countries. Nico already explained that you have a much higher mobility. People visit going on tourism or business to a lot of different exotic countries, and they inadvertently bring in fruits. It's an illegal thing. The EU regulation says that you are not allowed to bring them in, except for a few fruits which are considered of not being affected by the pest, like coconuts. But most fruits can potentially carry fruit fly pests, and you actually have to inspect. So if you inspect them, it's usually when, and it's for both cases, what is happening is you take a sample of the fruits, you inspect them visually, and you can then either try to identify the stage in which the fly is present at that moment, which is usually like a larvae, or you can actually rear the larvae out and then try to identify the adult. Now, the problem with these things is that there are a number of drawbacks. It's a labor-intensive thing, so you need a lot of time to actually inspect all those consignments. There's the risk of missing them, because sometimes in an early infestation, it's not always easy to see it. The identification itself is not always straightforward, especially on morphological grounds. And if it's an immature stage like a larvae, it's not easy to identify them. And if you want to rear them into adults, it's a long process. It may take several days or weeks. And in the meantime, that consignment is on hold. So the trader who is trying to import it will lose time and may even lose a part of his commodity. So that is why the fruit fly IPM project was looking at alternative ways to try to improve and facilitate those procedures. And there are two novel tools that are being developed. One of them is an e-nose, an electronic nose, which can automate the detection of infested fruits versus non-infected fruits. And then there is a whole range of identification tools that try to make the identification process easier and faster. So what is an e-nose? Well, electronic nose is an instrument with a sensor that tries to detect a number of chemical compounds. Every fruit, if you have a fruit, an apple, you smell it, it has a certain smell. Well, it is generated by certain compounds, organic compounds, which are emitted by that fruit. And what we know is that if the fruit is infested, that range of compounds is changing. And so what you're trying to do is trying to, first of all, try to define those components, try to define the ones which are of importance, and try to find out the differences between in an infested fruit versus an uninfested fruit. And so once you have characterized that set, once you have a kind of like a fingerprint of this is the smell of an infested apple versus an uninfested apple, you can actually train an apparatus to detect that fingerprint, and you can use that to recognize the difference between an infested fruit and an uninfested fruit. So that is one of the aspects that the project is developing. Regarding identification, well, preferentially, an identification tool should be unambiguous. You should be sure about your identification. It should be cheap. to do, because if you have to do it in large numbers, you don't want to have a very expensive way of doing it. It has to be fast and preferably also suitable for the non-specialist. I'm a trained taxonomist, but it takes a while. And I know that if we want to train everyone as a full taxonomist, it's not really feasible. You can do the identification on morphological grounds, using the larvae or the adults, or you can do it on molecular grounds using DNA that you extract from any life stage of the intercepted fly. Regarding morphological identification, most people who have tried to use an identification key will agree with me that sometimes it's not always easy. It needs a lot of specialized terminology. Most keys are in a rigorous way. It's what we call a dichotomous key. So you have a choice between two character states. Let's say the antennae are yellow, the antennae are red. If it's red, you go to number 2. If it's yellow, you go to number 4. If the antennae are broken off, you're stuck. So you try to find an alternative way to do that. And one of them is what we call multi-entry keys, where you have a set of character states, whether it's wing, antennae, legs, whatever, and a number of flies, a species. And by selecting certain characters, you can start reducing that list of flies until in the end, hopefully you end up with only one name and you have a positive identification. And so we've developed that kind of keys, but then we also transformed them into mobile application that you actually use them on a smartphone. It's for a selected number of species, which after consultation with a number of organizations, of plant protection organizations, we came to, and so we developed that one. It's for 23 species considered of economic importance. There's also one of larvae developed. It's a shorter one, it's 13, and it's a bit more complicated because there you still need to take measurements. So it's a bit harder to use regarding the versus the adult one. But in the adult one, we try to make it as user-friendly as possible with images, and you don't need to know the terminology to identify your fly. And they are freely available. You don't have to pay for it. We give it to you for free. You can download it from the Play stores, and you can get them. Regarding morphological identification, molecular identification, one of the tools that is being used very regularly these days is what we call DNA barcoding. What is a DNA barcode? It's a unique sequence of the DNA of any species. It's a bit like a barcode on a product, but rather a product you have a species. It's a unique one which can allow you to differentiate between different species. And so what Fruit Fly IPM did is that we largely extended the library of that kind of barcodes, because if you want to do it, you need a reference library. You need somewhere a platform where you can find all the DNA barcodes which are certified as belonging to one species. Then if you generate a barcode, you can compare it with that library and you can see whether you have a match or not. So we had a fairly amount of barcodes generated, and we also actually uploaded them to dedicated platforms for that one, including one that is being administered by EPO, the EPO QBank. So they got a nice extension of that tool through Fruit Fly IPM. One other method that was being developed is a LAMP. A LAMP is loop-mediated isothermal amplification. If you want to do a DNA barcode, you still need a molecular laboratory because you have to extract your DNA. Okay, that's quite easy, but then you have to produce multiple copies of that DNA, and that needs fairly sophisticated apparatus. A LAMP system allows you to do the same kind of thing without the need of that large laboratory. You don't really get a sequence as such. You don't have to sequence your DNA, but you get a reaction, a fluorescent reaction, when you have a part of the DNA that matches the one of a specific species. So it's actually a reaction system, but that can be used in the field in the sense of you could, at the point of entry, establish the place, and all you need is a kind of a warm water bath for one of the stages, but that is also, it's a fairly simple way of testing it. And the fruit fly IPM has been developing that for specific Ceratitis species. And just recently, they finalized the work for Bactroceros zonata and are testing it against other species to make sure that the lamp is unique and it will only identify zonata and not something else, so that you don't have a false positive. And Nikos already touched upon it. We did a lot of work on genetic relatedness. And so the nice thing as an application from that genetic relatedness is that you can actually use that to try and trace the origin of a species. There's one thing about finding out whether you detect a fly, which species it is, but you also want to know where does it come from. And by morphology, you cannot tell whether it's an Asian Bactroceros dorsalis or an African Bactroceros dorsalis, but you can try to do that by genetics. How do you do that? You have to go at a more genomic level, so it's not a little bit of the gene that you look at, but a large part of the gene. And you're trying to find, again, unique identifiers which are unique for a population from a certain area. And that is actually what we did with the study that Nikos already touched upon in the Indian Ocean, where we had populations from different islands, and you could see that the profile of those flies was different, and that the ones that you found in the eastern islands of the Indian Ocean, Mauritius and Reunion, have a different profile from the ones that we have in the western part, which are the Comoro Islands and Madagascar and Mayotte. And then if you compare those ones with possible origins, we could see that the one in the western part are related to the African mainland. So it was a migration from the African mainland eastwards into those islands, while the ones that you have on the east was a direct migration out of India. So that kind of work you can do when you look at genetic relatedness. That's interception. If you're unfortunate not to intercept your fly, we're coming to the next stage. The fly is inside your country. Well, then you still want to detect it as fast and as soon as possible. And so that is the second part where a fruit fly IPM was contributing to. So detection is a survey conducted in an area to make sure to determine whether a pest is present or absent. And most of the time you do that with traps. We've already heard about traps, networking. People here in Spain are doing it. You put up a lot of traps, and every week, 2 weeks, every month, you go around and you check the traps and see what is in it. If you find something, you bring it to the lab, you're going to identify it, and so on. So again, it has a number of disadvantages. It's labor intensive. It costs a lot of money traveling around every week or every fortnight to check those traps. And there's also a delay in the actual detection. You may pass by at the trap, you drive off your car, and 2 minutes later there's a fly coming in. Well, you will only find that fly 2 weeks later when you come back to that trap. So that is a problem, and fruit fly IPM is trying to improve that by developing e-traps. And I think David will talk about that one a bit more in detail and even show some of them. The e-trap principle is quite simple. Rather than having just a trap, you have a trap with a camera in it. And so if a fly is there, you take a picture of that fly, and through the mobile system, the mobile network, you actually send that image to a centralized point where you can then see it. And you can check, or you can do this kind of service on any system that you want. You can do it every hour, every day. It depends on a number of things like the battery system and so on, but you can do it more regularly than an actual visual inspection on the spot. So that is the principle behind it. And so within fruit fly IPM, a number of models were developed, and they were tested, and they were not just tested whether they actually get the signal through, but also whether you can even make the work easier, and rather than having someone going through all the images, whether you could have automated recognition, whether you can actually learn a machine to differentiate and to recognize one fly from another, or one fruit fly from something else that entered your trap. But again, I'm not going to spoil David's presentation, so I'll stop here. That at least he still has something to tell, and this is the short contribution of the different tools that we developed.
So thanks a lot, Mark. So we can probably move forward to the next talk. Yeah, we need, as I said, this is by Josep Jacques, and Josep will deliver this talk online, and we cannot ask him questions, but keep the questions and we will try, as I said, to answer later. Let's see if the crew there will make the connection. So.
Hello? I don't know if you can see me on my presentation. Well, I really don't know whether you are listening to me or not. Okay, I can see on my mobile that you are. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. And just to not overload my line, I'm going to disconnect the camera. But later, I don't know whether you will be able to put any question to me, but I can reconnect or just we can talk on the mobile. So I'm going to start not to waste more time. So let's see. So I'm going to talk about these off-season fruit fly management tools. And when we started with this project, one of our objectives was to broaden the tools that we could use to manage off-season the medflies, Retidis capitata. So basically, our objective was to develop alternative non-chemical methods, which are mostly biological control, either using entomopathogenic fungi, entomopathogenic nematodes, or ground predators to control the medfly. And then we also produce technical guidelines for the use of these methods, including economics, which I think is a key point. So the first tool that we tried to develop was based on using entomopathogenic nematodes. This task was carried out by INEMA and the Benaki Phytopathological Institute. And basically, they carried out a series of laboratory tests to select the best strain and species. And then they performed some field trials to determine evaluate the efficacy of Steinernema feltii, which was the species of nematode finally selected for this purpose. So here I'm showing you the results of the laboratory testing, where they compared the efficacy of different nematodes, Heterorhabditis bacteriophora, Steinernema carpocapsae, and Steinernema feltii, on reducing the emergence of adult flies at different time intervals, 0, 2, and 4 weeks after application. As you can see on the right-hand side, you have the results of Steinernema feltii, which was the most effective one, even 4 weeks after treatment. They also performed assays on fallen fruit, or simulating fallen fruit, because this is a laboratory assay, and they could see that all these 3 species could penetrate within the fruit and control the larvae of the medfly. So with these results, they went to the field and they performed a series of assays where they applied the nematode at field conditions, and they could see that there was a reduction in the emergence of the flies. You can see on the left-hand side this graph showing you the number of adults recovered at different time after the application. On the right, you can see the cumulative number of medflies emerged. So they achieved this 60% suppression of medfly population, which was a very good result. So basically, they concluded that entomopathogenic nematodes were a suitable tool for off-season control of the medflies, that the application either in spring or in autumn under favorable conditions of soil moisture and temperature yielded similar results, about a 60% suppression in both seasons. Importantly, that larvae inside the fruits were also infected. However, there was no infection of the pupal stage, and they produced this technical data sheet, which is available at the FF-IPM webpage, as for all the tools that have been developed within the frame of this project. These results have also been published, and you have these 2 papers in pest management science and in biological control dealing with the results of these assays and the efficacy of these nematodes at controlling the medfly. The following tool that was developed, or we tried to develop, was based on the use of entomopathogenic fungi, and this work was carried out in collaboration by CIRAD and the University of Molise. In this case, they also screen different commercial formulations of entomopathogenic fungi against Certitis capitata, different stages that occur in the soil. So basically, mature larvae, pupa, and the just emerged adults. And then they also tried off-season a field test of Botanigard, Boveria bassiana, at pilot size in Italy, as this is the only product which is at present commercially available for use in field conditions. So same as with our colleagues from Greece, they checked different strains of entomopathogenic fungi in the lab. Here you have the results of 2 different controls and the most efficient products. So one was a strain B507 of Boveria oplochelli, and the other one is a strain GHA of Boveria bassiana. They both were effective, and then we moved to the field. In the field, we had these results. So on the one hand, we saw no reduction when applying the product in the field. There was no reduction in emergence. However, there was a higher number of infested fruit flies. So similar to what our colleague Oscar explained us before with Boveria in Spain, it's obvious that these insects could act as vectors and spread the disease, so could contribute to higher mortality rates. Basically, with both these fungus and nematodes, Ternema feltiae, we performed an additional series of field tests that I will comment later on. And the third tool that we developed, and in this case we were involved in it because this work was carried out by Universidad Jaume I and ECOOP in cooperation, and together we had also some support from Traxa and from the University of Cordoba. We developed a ground-dwelling predator-based biocontrol tool. So basically, we had a field trial where we determined the effect of the ground cover, 3 different ground covers, on the predators of Certitis capitata on the emergence of the fly. And later on, we also checked the compatibility of this method with another fungus, Metarrhizium bruneum, which is the same species that Oscar also commented earlier this morning. The combination of this Metarrhizium bruneum with the ground covers to see if they could work synergistically against the medfly. So basically for that, we had a field trial where we had a series of cages where we established 3 different types of soil management. In one case, we had bare soil, so no cover at all. In the other case, we had a zone cover of Lolium arundinaceum, which was known as Festuca arundinacea, or is also known as Festuca arundinacea. And finally, we had another cover, which was a mulch of straw. Here, we checked the survival of mature larvae, pupa, and emerging adults of Certitis capitata by using an adult emergence trap that you can see on the bottom at the right, where we introduced sentinel third instar larvae that were provided from the MedFi facility of Traxa. So periodically, we introduced these insects there, and we allowed them to pupate, and then we waited until emergence to see the success in these 3 different covers. We also installed some pitfall traps so that in all these cases, we could check the dynamics by the captures that we obtained of the different ground predators. We could have the dynamics of these species and what we call the activity density of these groups, which basically are beetles, spiders, ants, and earwigs. And we did this every 15 days. So here I'm presenting you the results of that we obtained with these 3 different types of cover. And first of all, I'm showing you the effects of the soil management on the success of the larvae of Certitis capitata to pupate. So you can see that the highest mortality, so this is larval mortality, was obtained in Lolium arundinaceum. So Lolium arundinaceum was the worst cover for the medfly, which was good for us. We also checked, as I told you, the emergence of these flies. And here we saw that the lowest emergence corresponding to the mulch straw and Lolium arundinaceum. And actually, then we could relate this to a higher abundance of natural enemies in these two covers. For example, in the case of spiders, highest activity density was registered in the mulch of straw, followed by Lolium arundinaceum, and then as you can see, just half of what we obtained in the other two covers was observed in the bare soil. Similarly, we had results for beetles, which were much more abundant in the Lolium arundinaceum cover. Same with ants, and finally earwigs, which were the least abundant group, but which disappeared in bare soil. So all these abundances, you can see that according to all these results, the mulch of straw and the Lolium arundinaceum look as the most or the best covers to use. So here you can see a summary of the abundance. In the central pie, you can see the number of captures in the different covers. As you can see, almost half of the captures corresponding to Lolium arundinaceum and to the mulch of straw, and very few on the bare soil. And in the outer pies, you can see that basically in bare soil, most of the natural enemies were spiders, and then ants and some beetles, whereas we had a more balanced composition of these natural enemies in the other two covers, in Lolium and in the mulch of straw. Further, we analyzed the interspecific relationships between these groups, these four ground predator groups, and the medfly. Here in this graph, you can see the black lines indicate negative relationships. So you can see that in the case of Lolium arundinaceum, the medfly was negatively affected or related to ants, to earwigs, and to beetles. That means that probably these three groups were feeding on the medfly. We couldn't prove that spiders were feeding on them, and this could be related to the fact that we mostly checked the fate of pupae in the soil. And we know by previous studies conducted by colleagues from IVIA that spiders basically feed on adults and on larvae when they jump from the fruit to the soil. So this is not that surprising. Here, these are the relationships that we observed in Lolium arundinaceum. Here you have the relationships in the mulch of straw, and as you can see, the negative relationships are less, or we have less negative relationships here, only for earwigs and for beetles. And when we go to bare soil, which is on top of this image, you can see that only a negative relationship could be established with beetles, but not for the other groups. Here again, we have the percentages of emergence that we already commented in the table. So basically, we concluded that there was about a 77% suppression of medfly population, both in Festuca and in the mulch of straw, so that these two covers were much more suitable for alternative control of medfly than just bare soil, which is one of the most common ways to manage the ground in the Mediterranean. Further, we also investigated whether these covers were compatible with the application of this fungus, Metarrhizium bruneum, that Oscar commented before. So here we just selected bare soil and Festuca arundinacea. We considered again a number of cages. Half of them had bare soil, the other half had Festuca, and then in half of each, we applied either a suspension of conidia of the fungus, or we applied just water as control. And same as before, we checked adult emergence with the sentinel larvae, and we also checked the activity density of the predators using pitfall traps. Here you can see the results of the fate of the larvae that the sentinel larvae that we took to the field. You can see in green, this is corresponding to the larvae that died before being able to bury themselves in the soil. In yellow, you have the number of pupa that died in the soil, and blue corresponds to the number of adults that emerged. So here you have two different covers, bare soil and Festuca, Lolium arundinaceum, sorry. And you can see that the emergence in Lolium arundinacum is lower as expected because we knew about these results from the previous assay. So there was the 77% efficacy. But then to these control covers, we added the fungicide, the fungus, sorry. And here you can see that when we added the fungus, compared to the control, we had a 59, almost a 60% efficacy of the treatment on bare soil, but the efficacy was up to 93% in the case of Lolium arundinacum. Interestingly, this efficacy lasted for up to 3 months, which is very good because it means that you can apply the product and this product will be effective during these 3 months. So you don't have to, because this larvae will be there at around harvest time, you can apply it even 1-2 months before harvest, and the product will be there to affect the larvae that will pupate in the field. And also very important, we obtained, because the adults that were recovered from these traps, we checked them for infection of Metarhizium, and up to 67% of the insects were infected. That they were not only carrying spores of Metarhizium, but were infected, had the infection, had the disease. So this could also contribute to spreading the disease. As I told you, we also checked the effect of this treatment on the ground predators. In the case of beetles, you can see here the effect. FAC is Lolium arundinacum control. Then we have Lolium arundinacum treated, bare soil control, and bare soil treated. Here you can see that there were differences between the 4 treatments. Beetles were more abundant in the Lolium arundinacum than in bare soil. But this, the effect of the fungus disappeared after 3 months. So that although there was an effect, it was not that good for beetles. Beetles were susceptible to Metarhizium. They could recover after a time. So the incompatibility was not complete. This didn't happen for spiders. In the case of spiders, we found just differences depending on the cover, but the treatment didn't affect this species. So the treatment was completely safe for spiders. A similar situation occurred for earwigs, and again, it was compatible. And same for ants. Ants even did better on treated than on control covers. And that was on agreement with previous results from our colleagues from the University of Córdoba. So basically, we concluded that this was a good combination. And actually, I must say that we also performed some preliminary assays with Boviria bassiana and with the Stenerema faltiae, and we got similar results to these ones. These results that I'm presenting are published in Biocontrol, and there's a recently accepted paper that will appear soon in Journal of Pest Science. Just to finish my presentation, as I told you, there was a technical documentation that was prepared for the application of these tools. This can be checked online, but I think it's important to highlight the cost of these treatments. So in the case of the nematodes, we estimated that the cost for per hectare and would range from almost 1,000 euros to almost 3,000 euros per season. In the case of the ground-dwelling predators, it would range from 38 euros per hectare, in the case of the cover of Lolium arundinacum, to more than 2,000 euros in the case of a mulch of straw. And this is one of the reasons why we didn't further consider the mulch of straw. In the case of Boviria bassiana, it could cost from 300, little more than 300 to 6,000 euros per hectare. And in the case of the combined use of Metarhizium bruneum and seeded cover, or the covers, the cost went from 51 to 232 euros for bare soil to 73 euros per hectare for Lolium arundinacum. And this is all. Maybe I went too fast, but I think that we are running out of time. So thank you. And if there's any question, I will do my best. Thanks. And bye.
Okay, very nice and comprehensive presentation from Giuseppe, and it's really good also for us to see all of this package together. So we can now go to the next speaker. It's Darren Kritikos from Cervantes, which is a newly kind of established company that established during the course of the project, and Darren is the founder and the CEO of the company, and he will speak on for the pan-European real-time forecasting system. So.
Thank you, Nikos. Is that one?
That one, pointing here.
Sorry, which one?
This one.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I would also like to acknowledge my team, most of which are here in the audience. But joining us from outside, we've got Hanya Gastarovska and Lauren Gleaner in Australia. So I'm here to go and talk about one of the elements in the project where we're bringing a lot of that data and experimentation that's gone on in the rest of the project, trying to bring it together into tools to go and really help the stakeholders. This is sort of the engagement part. Okay, so as Nikos did a wonderful job in the very early presentation there, talking about the different elements in the invasion process, so the pre-border, border, and post-border. And we try to go and provide some tools to go and help in each of those areas. Now, the sort of risk management decisions that go on in each of those areas, the pre-border, border, and post-border, we've got different decisions, okay? And we need different data to go and inform those decisions, okay? Now, we also need to go and recognize that the risks are dynamic, okay? We're used to going and looking at risks in terms of, say, a map. Go and say, okay, on one side of this line on the map, there's no risk. On the other side, there's more risk. But it turns out that these risks are much more dynamic than that. Now, when we engaged with the stakeholders at the beginning of the project, when we started to talk to them, whether we were talking about the plant protection organizations, the pre-border, and for the inspectors, and the pest managers, the advisors and farmers, one thing that came through as a theme was that short-term forecasts are valuable. Okay, all about trapping, at best, that can tell us what the situation is today. Mostly it's telling you what the situation was a week ago, sometimes even longer. But in order to go and sort of really inform the decisions that we need to make, having forecasts was going to be valuable. And these can go and lead to cost savings, pesticide reduction, and help make decisions about allocating resources. So when should you go and put your traps out at any given location? Okay, so the different components we've got in the system. So stakeholder consultation. Okay, so for us it wasn't just something to tick the box. It was we needed to go and engage with the stakeholders. Better? Lou? Okay. We needed to go and engage with the stakeholders to go and understand what their information needs were. Okay, and then we turned that into design for this system. So we needed to go and provide a cloud-based compute platform. Okay, we needed to be able to access material from the internet. We had our inputs, so the e-traps and manual traps, environmental data, trade data. We had to go and bring all of this information together. And then we need to go and put in an analytics layer on that. Okay, so we need to go and combine the different data layers and go and start interrogating them and make that available on the platform. Who was it? EFSA, as EFSA do, you always start with a literature review. So with the modeling, find out what's there. We supplemented that with experiments from work package 2. and then combine that into simulation models. So we had Dymex models, which capture a lot of the detail in the life cycles, and the Climax models. So the ones we use to go and look at what are the risks that the Plant Protection Organization deal with as inputs into the processes we saw sketched out for EFSA. At each of the 4 study areas, so South Africa, Israel, Greece, and Croatia, we did a detailed site characterization. We crafted some surveillance strategies to test, brought that all together in a web server, and provide back to the stakeholders. Okay, so we've got this is the sort of outline of the system. The different components, Climax and Dymex models, we put those together. We have a web-based Dymex simulator to be able to go and drive the system dynamically. We did an analysis of historical transportation and interception data and brought all that together with weekly Climax growth index data. So this gives us a picture of the source area risk. So our pest problems are mostly coming from overseas. Okay, that's where the invasive species are coming from, but it's not a uniform threat from everywhere. Okay, different countries pose different threats at different times of the year. So we've got the opportunity there to go and concentrate the different inspection on the higher risk commodities at any given time. So we'll talk about that just in a few slides' time. Okay, we've also got bringing together our trapping data with the forecasts, and here we go with the trapping database. So these are sort of the components in that analytical platform. Okay, so we try to give something for everyone. So for the plant protection organizations, the potential distribution modeling. So for all of these slides, we've done it for Ceratidis capitata, so medfly, Bactrocera dorsalis, and zonata, but I'll just use dorsalis since there's the most, for these examples, because it's got the most interest at the moment. So we can see here there is some modeled climate suitability for establishment here in Europe. Now, so our question in doing the modeling was to go and answer that question. What was the threat to Europe? Now, when we were building the model, we started with a literature review to go and look at existing models, and then we focused in on some new data that was available in China and in these new records. However, what we found when we looked at those, these outliers up here look suspicious. So we contacted our Chinese partners, and they had fortuitously gone and done some experiments to go and confirm that these populations were transient. They could not overwinter there. It was just too cold. Had we included those in our models, it would have distorted them very badly. Okay, but what we did know was that these were new records up here, and they were confirmed as able to go and overwinter. So that made a substantial improvement in the model, and this was the model climate suitability. And CIRAD in France at the moment are trying to work out what to do about the detections in here at the moment. So they consulted me, and we presented this information, and for them it was a very unhappy, they weren't very happy with the news, but they accepted it. So it was an uncomfortable truth that the previous models that were based on the more southern Chinese records had much less threat to Europe. Okay, now, sorry, just focusing back one. So this is the area where, in an average year, under current climate, we feel that Bactrocera dorsalis could establish. So that is, it could maintain populations throughout all of that area is blue and red. Okay, the red areas are more climatically suitable, so likely to go and inflict more potential impacts. Now, as of course also mentioned, it's not just about where they can establish, there's also the transient populations. So this is the area where if it was introduced during summer or during the warmer months, it would be able to go and the populations could grow to a greater or lesser extent, which is, as you can see, pretty much everywhere in Europe. Now, when we look at the number of generations, we can see, okay, the biggest problem is going to be in the south. Okay, and I think it was, when we looked at climate change scenarios, it was more than 10 generations that they could skip through there. Okay, now what's protecting Europe at the moment from being able to go on, from Bactrocera dorsalis being able to go and expand everywhere, is cold stress. So we've characterized that. Okay, so winter is coming. Also, when we go and look at top-up irrigation, this is representing the difference in the ecoclimatic index. Okay, so we can see that it's, if you add irrigation during summer, that's really going to heighten the risks and make the management much more difficult. Okay, so sort of in summary, there is potential for significant establishment and range expansion in southern Europe. So absolutely, the authorities in Italy and France should be supported as much as possible to go and suppress or eradicate those populations. And when we take into account the effects of irrigation, then we can see that those risks are much more heightened. Okay, now the border inspectors. So we want to be able to go and target the inspection of imports. So what we wanted to go and look at there was the source country presence of the fruit flies first. So we're not interested in whether the climatic conditions are good for them, but they're not there. Don't care about that. So first off, where are they? Then the growth index for that species on a week-by-week basis, and trade volume for the suitable hosts. So when we combine these together into a risk index for each country for each week, we can then go and work out how to go and focus the importation. We create this composite weighted risk index. And then each week, that table gets refreshed. Okay, so this is what it looks like. In the interest of time, I won't go and do a demonstration, but you can see here we've got each of the countries and each of the risk components, and at the end there we've got our composite risk index. And just here's the underlying map, just going and saying, okay, for each country, what's the maximum growth index for this nominated week? Okay, and that changes throughout the year. Okay, so to automating the trap servicing, the sort of the flagship trapping component of the project was obviously the e-traps, but there was also a large component of manual traps. And when we realized that what we call the latency, so the time from when the trap was serviced to the time when we could get information out of it, it was sitting at about 2 or 3 weeks. And where the e-traps are giving us daily data, it's sort of, as soon as it's there, bang, we get the information. So to try to go and deal with this, we set up a mobile app, okay, the Kobo Fly. So because the manual data entry is error prone, and it created those long delays in getting the information, we decided to go and create this. You've got different ways to go. When you go and deploy the trap, you go out there, the phone knows the GPS location, it knows the time, all of that. We collect all that information automatically. Then each time the the assessors go out in the field, they count the number of flies, put it in there, and as soon as the phone comes back into mobile, to Wi-Fi reception, we've got that information collected in a database, and we know it's clean because everything comes off a checklist. They don't have to go and write anything. Okay, so instant data capture, and we've got our instant mapping and alerting. Okay, so for post-border pest management, this is where we go and bring all the trapping and the climate suitability modelling together. Okay, so at each of these locations, that's representing a cluster of traps. And so for each of the areas of interest, we select that and which species we're interested in. And at where we've got one of those clusters, we've got information on the deployment of each of the traps. And if we click on that little icon at the end there, we get our trapping data here and our climate suitability modelling. And this particular example pulled out, it's coming right at the end of the season that we're just, the temperatures are just starting to go on, or have started to fall right off, and we're just getting the adults coming in right at the end. Okay, now with all of this, there's sort of the things that we're wanting to go and push forward is using the Climax Weekly Growth Index for early season conditions, and using those to go and forecast whether it's going to be a big year or not. Okay, so this is one of the sort of the next steps. Okay, looking at population dynamics. Okay, we built a Dymex model. Okay, this is where we've captured all of the gory detail in the life cycle, and just testing it here. You can see each of the life stages being simulated, going through from eggs being produced to eggs being produced at the start of the next generation. So the applications for that, this is for managing invasions. So understanding those population dynamics are going to be able to go and help us to go and target interventions. So we can go and put SIT into that model to go and see, okay, what sort of overflooding ratios do we need? We can put in the nematodes. We can put in ozone treatment of the soil for the pupae, things like that. We can use this as a test bed for any sort of management in terms of timing, in terms of what application, different combinations, MAT, things like that. And we can also use it for targeting surveillance. Okay. So, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Darren. So we have, I suppose we are a little bit behind schedule, but we will assure that we have some time at the end to discuss, because there are quite interesting things, I suppose, for people attending here. So next talk is new strategies in fruit fly detection, and we have David Nestel from Israel, but he speaks in Spanish. Oh.
So you need to translate into English now. Okay, so here is the most interesting, nicest toy developed during the project. So I brought it. Another thing that I found today is a laser pointer. So basically, I found it in my backpack today, and I say, well, that's nice to try to bring it today and to use it probably. Okay. Here we go. No, in the other direction. Okay, so new strategies in fruit fly detection. This is the continuation, basically, of Work Package 5. It's embedded into the work package where Darren was actually talking about. The paradigm for this part, and this is more the field work, it's to optimize surveillance and monitoring of fruit flies by maintaining sensitivity and reducing costs and labor. So that was actually the idea behind all this part and this process in this second part. I just wanted to clarify some things and the way we are actually taking these concepts further. monitoring, from any definition, is to observe and check on the progress or quality of something over a period of time, that is, or keep under systemic review. In entomology and IPM, as you are familiar, is to monitor the population trends in space and time. That's the way we are using it. Surveillance, on the other side, is the close watch kept over someone or something. We, in entomology, and basically in invasive ecology, is a close watch for potential invaders. This is what we are talking about. Whoa. That was, okay. So that's what we are talking about, basically. Surveillance, the close watch for potential invaders, and this is the post-border. Okay. Okay, so in order to optimize surveillance, we have several dimensions, the when and the where. And I will only give some examples of what has been done and what's done during the period that we were working also in different parts of the world, and basically in what we did. So the temporal dimension is the one we are dealing, one of these, and this is a study conducted by Keane, Stringer, and published during the time of our project, in which basically they were trying to determine and let me see where is the pointer, because that's why I need this. I usually, no. In the middle, okay, yeah. No, I don't need this one. Okay. So basically, what they did is actually to, this is for New Zealand, they were working on New Zealand, and they were trying to determine when to optimize the trapping period by determining the probability of detection. That was, they were using actually information coming from a study from Nikos on the rate of development of the Mediterranean fruit fly. And you can see basically that actually with time, periods, days during the spring and autumn, and summer and autumn in Auckland area, they can determine when is the best time for establishing and opening the surveillance systems. So 80% at 101 days. This is basically somewhere, I don't recall exactly what the time, but if we continue looking at their information, as an example, I went too far. This is actually another figure that they actually produced there. And the interesting thing, this is New Zealand. This is the two islands of New Zealand, the north and the south of New Zealand, and different areas. And these are the years 2015, and this is the forecast for changes in climatic changes, and when to open and close actually the surveillance period for the medfly. You can see actually basically that they open it, it's the opposite hemisphere in the south, so basically they open it in January, and basically they can close it in June. And this is very interesting, the way basically they were able to actually determine the periodicity. More interesting is that basically in the southern areas during the 2015, the modeling didn't actually was able to have any prediction for potential surveillance at that time. But interestingly enough, using the models for climatic changes, in 2014, they basically have already these possibilities of having medfly there and the possibilities of checking. What we did in our case is the approach using FF-IPM is to determine and forecast the growth index and expected population phenology of the species in real time. This is using the climax. Darren was talking about that. And I just got a citation from climax. Climax is applied to species by selecting values for a set of parameters that describe its response to temperature, soil moistures, and if applicable, light. Now, I know that we have some discrepancies with Darren, sorry Darren, but the next one, you will not probably like it very much. Okay, went too far. This is actually the expected, when we expect to find Mediterranean fruit flies and initiate surveillance and monitoring. It's from our colleagues Anna and Eleni and Darren for northern Greece. It's unpublished. And what you can see here is in Nausa, in the area of Nausa, is a growth index for Ceratitis capitata, as they calculated from 30 years of data, of climatic data for this area. Now, I did a further step here, and that's what Darren doesn't like, but sorry, I like it. It's basically to take actually this growth index and with historic information on this area and the trapping on this area, I determined that as an example, a 0.4 growth index for that area is good enough to start surveillance. That means we can start surveillance there, and then we can probably start to see the population appearing 1 month after that, or being captured 1 month after that. So this is a biofix that we can actually use for that area. It's discussable, and it is, that means we can change it for different areas. But the nice thing is that basically we can determine with the modeling of Darren and Climax the growth index for different areas and be able to actually determine when to open and close the surveillance. So this is one of the optimizations that we've thought about that. Okay, the second dimension that is of interest is the optimization in the where. That means the spatial dimension. And for this, the suggested step to optimize fruit fly surveillance and monitoring, and this is also from other work, is basically to characterize the landscape aimed for surveillance. That means any landscape that we are interested, like an example, Valencia area. Assign relative risk levels to the landscape elements, generate risk maps for those relative areas, and distribute trap based on risk, resources, and best tactic approach. This is under evaluation. I will show it shortly. I don't have enough data yet to show it, but basically we will show it late, shortly. So where do we expect to find fruit flies and to map the risk of geographic areas? We need to actually look at the risk and possible presence in a heterogeneous geographic area. The geographic elements composing the region required to be digitally characterized. So, you know, characterization, digitation, we are already familiar with that. Commercial orchards, host fruit orchards, residential areas, they are important and risky areas to find fruit flies. Okay, this is actually also a work done in Australia by a group, the group of Van Klinken in Australia, and they determine and classify habitat suitability in the landscape for the Queensland fruit fly, Trioni, in consultation with a group of experts. This is an interesting way they did it. Basically, they took a group of people, closed them in a place, and they started to actually do a workshop in order to determine which elements, as an example, are good to include in the risk analysis. And as an example, they took host availability, host duration, seasonal availability, host preference, cover, or climatic stress, the different stresses. They took an area in Australia, determined the risk in those areas, and habitat suitability. You can see, I don't know exactly where it is located, but this is just to show you a map. These are the areas where they were actually suggesting to establish their trapping systems and to optimize these trapping systems. They went historically to the past and got information from their trapping systems, and they actually got very good results that show that basically the areas that they selected were quite good in that sense. Our approach was not far away from that approach, but a little bit different in some way. So how we did assign risk level and habitat for habitat suitability, and what we did is to circulate. This was during the COVID pandemic, so we needed to actually circulate and have some interviews through the net remotely. And what we evaluated is several characteristics. We determined several characteristics of the landscape and cross-correlated: host orchards, residential areas, fruit markets and supermarket, packing centers, natural areas, proximity to roads, non-host areas, other agricultural areas, water bodies, as an example. we actually cross-examined, asked from each one of the interview people that we circulated the questionnaire for the experts to cross-correlate this. We got a weight for the different criteria and the value which is relative to the area, and came out with some risk maps. So as an example, this is the risk maps generated for the area of Nausea in northern Greece. We were working with the MedFly here, and this is a group of Nikos, Eleni, and other colleagues. We have a certain degree of basically risk in here, and this determined risk was used to generate different ways of establishing traps in the risk and based on the risk. So we are testing that, and we have several tactics approaches to deploy traps using risk. This is for the future. That means we are doing that, not from the past, not from data originated in the past, but we are generating data and trying to understand which one of these tactics is better. So as an example, the effort guided, it's a more uniform way of actually distributing traps. We take the risk in one of these quadrants, evaluate the risk and put the trap in there. So you can see a more uniform way of distributing traps. Then we have the risk guided. Okay, we go to the risk areas, completely risk areas. We establish our trapping system there in the risk areas, and we go to a very clustered way of distribution. And space guided, what we call space guided, is the same risk guided, but with a minimal distance between traps. So that actually creates an in-between between the uniform and the clustered one. Okay, a more random distribution of traps. Okay, so this is the same area of Nausea, and this is the risk characterization, and this is the distribution of traps in that area. You see actually the grid that was used and the different systems, the risk, the effort, the space. You can see the risk in yellow as an example. You remember here you have the most risky areas. You can see most of the yellow ones are in that area. The green one, the effort, the black ones are more uniformly distributed. And basically, we are currently under evaluation. We had very interesting data from this year, and Eleni just showed it to me last week. So I was quite excited about that. So we will present that in the future. And what we are also doing at this stage is trying to develop, based on these principles, an interface and a decision support system to guide on the establishment and deployment of traps. So this is also under construction. So this is the when and the where. Now, I just wanted to summarize what we did. Basically, this is a decision support system. We have the determination of the when by using the climax, and we basically, if we have between the 5 to 7 days in advance risk, the region that we are forecasting on the risk, so we may open, we send the alert to the national plant protection stakeholders, we open the system, and if we don't have it, so we continue actually monitoring the climate and producing the definition. In terms of the where, the susceptible landscape, as I show you, this is where we are. We characterize the landscape. And if we don't have an area with the risk, so we don't deploy. If we have an area with risk, we deploy. The next step is basically to characterize the susceptibility of crops and to be more flexible and more dynamic with that. We haven't done this yet, and with the project, it's over. Finalizing with the tool, with what basically I was showing you this nice picture that Aruna and Eleni took and Leani took in South Africa from the trap. I like it. And this is actually the image analysis algorithm that we developed for that. Basically, it's 90% good, let's say, and we are trying to improve it. Okay, I think I will leave it here. I don't want to waste his talk, but basically this was so many interesting slides, and we don't have time. So we will continue with that in another occasion. But thank you, and basically that was what I have to say.
Thanks a lot, David, for the overview of the approach and for presenting the new system, the tool. Now we go to off-and-season IPM approaches for fruit flies. And Slawomir Lux is going to give this talk, who is behind all this idea.
Well, okay, first how to...
Like this?
Wait on, which, this, yes.
And the pointer is this.
Okay. My talk will be much more modest, at least in terms of scale. We heard about the global fruit fly problem, regional problems of invasion and management. I would like to focus very modestly on a single farm level, which very, very small scale. And before, I would like to set up the scene by reminding ourselves about the structure of fruit growing in Europe. In Europe, we have around 1.5 million fruit orchards, which cover less than 2% of agri-land. And the average fruit growing area per holding is less than 2 hectares. So it has nothing to do with industrial fruit growing, as we can see in the US, where single fruit farm means hundreds or sometimes thousands of hectares. We are talking about small plots, less than 2 hectares, under different ownership and under different management usually. So that's reality we have to keep in mind when we are talking about IPM and medfly management in Europe. Well, basically, as we all know very well, we have 2 approaches to fruit fly management. One, which is a high-tech, effective, coordinated, area-wide approach, which is represented by this square, red square in Valencia. And, well, it's good, it's effective, it's the best way to approach fruit fly management, but certain conditions must be met to make it happen. Among many, many conditions, 3 are, in my view, the most important. Farmers must be organized at regional level. There must be very effective professional central coordination of the whole program. And basically, there must be governmental support for running such a program. Without these conditions, this area-wide management usually cannot be sustained for a longer period of time. And then we have different approach. Individual farm management according to the classical IPM principles, which is reactive control when the project occurs, usually in Europe that means summer and autumn. Timing is based on calendar and pest monitoring. So according to classical IPM principle, you monitor your pest when you see the pest at certain numbers in your traps, which you consider has exceeded the threshold or the economic injury level, then you start your IPM and you treat your pest. Otherwise, you should not do it because that's not necessary according to the principle paradigm. Timing is based, as I said, on calendar and monitoring, and in practice in Europe, it's pesticide-based. And there are good reasons for that. Because pesticides are still the main option for simple reasons. They are effective, they are reliable, and the most important reason for that is provide immediate result. There's also one more reason. They are much cheaper than IPM. Okay, IPM based on biological control. Okay, these are the reasons majority of farmers in Europe, although across Europe who have exclusively IPM now in pest management everywhere, according to declarations by all governments and so on. So all farmers in Europe are doing IPM, of course, but based exclusively on pesticides, almost exclusively or mainly on pesticides. Of course, we are talking here about mayfly control, not control of other pests for which biological methods might be well developed and applied. Biological approaches are often erratic. They require much greater knowledge, professional knowledge, to be applied properly. And also, they have certain technical problems. The main one is latency problem, delayed result. By the time you apply your biological control to mayfly, the fruit is already infested. By the time the population, you manage to reduce the population. Yes, biological control reduces the pest population, but with a delay which is not sufficient to prevent fruit infestation. That's one of the main drawbacks of biological methods in mayfly control. Local specificity. Well, the end result depends on several factors, like farm size, structure of the farm, fruit phenology, neighbors and their IPM practice, and weather conditions. Under typical weather conditions, you may have moderate or low fruit fly population, which you will manage to be able to manage with biological control. But when the weather happens to be warmer and more favorable to fruit flies, your biological control is likely to fail. Okay? Doesn't help much us to say that in extreme cases like that, also pesticide-based control fails. Okay? But that's not much helpful. And then finally, feasibility control. Choosing right option on trial and error approach on farm experiments is impractical for individual farms. It's very costly. We know the development of proper IPM scheme in biological control takes years, takes huge effort in empirical experimentation. Now, how the farmer, individual farmer, can assess whether which combination of biological control of mayfly will work in his specific conditions given his climate, farm structure, neighborhood, and so on and so on. It's very difficult. So we are facing very serious feasibility problems also in application of IPM at individual scale. Now the question is, can we change the current IPM paradigm and use the existing IPM tools in a different, better way? We heard about a whole range of biological approaches to mayfly control, which some of them might be quite effective. How can we use them in a better way? Well, I believe that yes, there's a way to do it better, at least a little bit more reliable. And since I have answered this question, probably I should have stopped at that time. Well, what is the usual advice given to farmer by IPM advisors? In late spring, set 1 or 2 monitoring traps per hectare. When the threshold is reached, which means 1 or 2 flies trapped consistently per day per trap, protect your fruit, apply IPM. Okay? And as you can see here, that's the picture which farmers typically see from his monitoring traps. Okay, this picture is taken from one of our farm experiments in Italy. And what is important, that even if the farmer sets up traps early in spring, he sees nothing in the traps until more or less this point, which is end of July, early August, in most places in Europe where mayfly exists. At that point, farmers say, okay, pest has arrived on my farm, without being aware that the pest has been on his farm whole year round, but simply at such low densities before that it was difficult to detect it with the ordinary monitoring system. So when a farmer can see something like that, he jumps up and starts his IPM. And now, if he starts IPM based on pesticide, which means sprays pesticide over the plots of the fruit, he may be controlling mayfly quite effectively. But if he at that time applies biological control, whatever method is, either mass trapping, attractant, kill, and any other combinations of nematodes, pathogens, whatsoever, usually it's not that effective as it should be, or as if we would like to see it. There are reasons for that, because by the time the pest is detected on the farm, the early crop is already harvested, and those few flies which were on the farm at the early spring have already multiplied. They multiplied. They did not infest much the early crop, so farmers consider that mayfly doesn't play any role on this, quite rightly, because the crop is not infested. But still, their number has increased very substantially, which makes it much more difficult to control the pest. If you look carefully on this, what's going on the farm, okay, here is the picture seen by the farmer. But reality on the farm looks like that. There's long period of off-season cryptic phase of mayfly when it's basically not non-detectable. Then you have a very short period when it starts to arrive to be seen in traps in a very erratic way. And all of a sudden, it becomes consistently present in the trap. And that's the time which is on season. By on season, we mean here mayfly season, not fruiting season. On season, when we have mayfly is entering prolific stage, crop damaging phase, which needs to be controlled. Now, if you look at the numbers of flies, of female flies present on farm, at early spring, usually you have very low number, 5, 10, 15 per hectare, not much more. Of course, in most locations, in some locations it may be much more, but on average. When the IPM start, which means when the farmer is alerted by his monitoring system that he has to start IPM, the flies, instead of 5, you have already over 400 per hectare. They multiplied almost 100 times. They multiplied on the early crop, which you don't see because this crop is hardly infested, almost non-infested, but still it's sufficient to multiply the population. Then at the peak, if it's not controlled, it can multiply over 400 times, reaching 2,000 per hectare. But if you happen on your farm to have a small plot of late fruit, which is susceptible, then all these flies which multiplied to this level focus on this late host and multiplying with density increased over 4,000 times. Okay, that's the situation. If you simulate spatial distribution of flies during the season, you can see farm map here with different plots of different fruits of different phenology. Early spring, you see some flies which are fairly distributed on the farm. It multiplies on earliest crop, and at the time IPM is triggered, you can see the difference in density and distribution. At the end of the season, it's not only that there are many flies on the farm, but they focus on the latest crop and infest it, and that's why the late crop is so difficult to be protected. Now, feasibility solution. To solve this problem of trying empirically various IPM options, which is not feasible, we have developed a model, system which simulates the situation on the farm. I will not talk, don't worry, I will not talk about details of the model, but basically it's composed of two components. One is virtual insect and then virtual farm. Once we create virtual representation of the farm, we can virtually release certain number of insects at the beginning of the season and simulate what's going on the farm. This model uses several specialized databases, like whatever we know about the pest biology and behavior, whatever we know about farm structure, host phenology, cost of IPM, and so on, whatever we know about host phenology in terms of thermal requirements, whatever we know about effectiveness of different IPM treatments in time, and also whatever we know about the local weather, and usually simulations are run for weather which is typical for the site based on a historical at least 20 years period, and then for very hot and very cold years to see how the IPM can perform. The model was very well validated, and it simulates reliably whatever we know about medfly development under different temperatures, distribution dispersal under different temperatures, and seasonal stages, seasonal development. So it's fairly reliable, and it was compared to the farm results from the farm. It works reasonably well. Okay, how can I get back? This one? Okay, this is example of IPM scenarios which can be generated by the model. Each scenario is supported by implementation schedule, when and where to apply treatments, simple outline from the farmer's perspective, and that's what I mean by this. And the documentation, charts and table. Here is the sample of such charts and table. And basically, when we are as scientists, when we can see that medfly population can be reduced substantially, we are happy that we are successful with our biological control. But the farmer doesn't look at this. Farmer looks at this. For him, it's important how much the IPM will cost and what will be the fruit infestation under different scenarios. If you have no IPM, you can see fruit is heavily infested. If you have IPM on farm and on neighbor, either you convince your neighbor to do IPM or to use pesticide, whatever, then you can achieve quite good control. But if you fail to convince your neighbor to do something, then your control is much, much worse. Okay? Now, what is the effect of farm fruit structure on the farm? You have, just to illustrate the case, you have farm which has 15 plots, and which has very early, medium, late, and very late fruit, distributed on the farm in 1:1 ratio. Okay, so you have 3 plots very early, 3 late, early, and so on and so on. Now, if you apply no IPM, then your population on different hosts will look more or less like that. Okay, and of course, your late and very late fruit will be heavily infested. But if you apply only on-season control with magnet met, for example, then you still fail late in season. Okay, if you look at population from monitoring, you find that you have reduced population 4 times to 25% only. So again, scientists will be very, very happy. Farmer, much less. Okay, when you apply only off-season, actually you are likely to get much better result if you control your medfly only on very early and medium hosts. In spite of that you don't see any fruit infestation on these hosts. Okay? Now, if you combine both, of course you have reasonable control. But, well, what happens if you change the crop structure on the same farm, under the same conditions? And again. Okay, and instead of ratio of this early, medium, late, very late cultivars, instead of what you had before, 40% for early and very early, you have 80% of early and only much less for late cultivars. What will happen? Under no IPM, you are getting more or less equally worse results, bad results. Under on-season, actually your results are worse than before. If you can see, your infestation was less than 10, 14, 15%. If you change your crop structure, it increases by 50%. When you apply off-season, you are still getting worse results than before on very late crop, but close to acceptable. When you apply both on and off-season, the same treatment, you get reasonable control. So this is just to illustrate how many factors, and of course there's no time to show more examples of that, can affect effectiveness of your IPM biological control of medfly on the small scale. Basically, conclusions: classical IPM paradigm monitor the pest and start action when it's above the threshold is not really optimal in case of medfly. Monitoring alerts the farmer too late in most cases. Biological methods can be effective when medfly spring population is moderate. IPM is applied very early, off-season, not exclusively, but you have to start much earlier than you can see any infestation of your crop. Promising locally adjusted scenarios are developed and implemented. It's not done just on random. And in silico simulation of the local farm pest IPM system can offer viable IPM solutions to this problem. Thank you for your attention.
So thanks a lot, Slavomir. Something that I would like to point out is that all this complicated system that Slavomir has explained and developed has been pilot tested in different areas of in Greece, in Italy, and Spain, and the results are really good. Now we go to the last talk, which is future steps and commercialization, and we have Ellen Delate, who is going to tell you where we go now, actually, and after all these developments. Please, Ellen.
Okay, thank you. Well, it's going to be a very quick one. Sorry to speed up because we're very late. Because you heard, yes, this one. Thank you. We heard already a lot on all the description of the different tools that we developed. So now where are they? You already have a first clue by Georgia this morning and the other Georgia explaining where it is. So basically in this one before last work package in our project is to gather up all the initiative in the project to make them, or at least a link available, so you as stakeholders could see where are all the things we developed, and not just search everywhere in the literature for that. So as it written here, so as Georgia mentioned this morning, so this platform has really been developed for this, and it's presenting you the tools, services, project publication, pilot testing, relative research data, and training modules that are gathered there. So it's, if you go to our portal, it's here. You just click on there on our website, or directly just type this address, and you will find this. And here are all the clickable menu where you can find our results. So not going into much more details, but just to show you, we just go through this website quickly. So what is interesting also, it's not only the existing FF-IPM developed tools, but it's also what is, we looked also in the literature, or things which are interesting for you, which are tools linked to that questions, and could also be available for you. So you have what Mark de Meyer showed you, or the RMSC key, and also the Cobofly, the electronic data. You just click on them, and you have information on it developed. For example, Mark de Meyer told you that this app, very interesting, is freely available on App Store and Google Play, such as the larvae key for determining your fruit flies. You just heard a few minutes ago from Darren the Cobofly application for field data collection system and surveillance network, which is also a mobile application, and also about another trap that was developed. And also this one, really here. So you can click in this menu and have everything about it. So the services, sorry, it's a bit all wrapping up everything what you heard this morning, so it's a bit of a repetition, but as I said to you, when you have existing services information, for example, just click there. It's not what we developed in FF-IPM, but it's a great like a review of major pest fruit fly of the world. You just click on it and you have the PDF link to that. So you can be interesting for these ones. Sorry. Why it is not? Wait, I try. Yes. Okay. Okay. Sorry.
I will change it.
Okay, if she can do the next one for me. Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, and Darren also explained to you the idea about the services which are also under our website. So very soon, I think so, we are going to have a link for the description and the use of decision support system, DSS alert. That is very complicated, and that was explained by Darren earlier. So it's on building in the website, but we hope before February we can have this access. Pass, please. Thank you very much. So we looked for tools, services, and then you have training modules that are starting to be implemented also on the website. So the training modules will be included in this one, and it's about interception, detection, biosecurity, population modeling, management methods, and management strategies that had been developed also within the project. For example, how to apply the nematodes in the fields, how to trap the best trapping strategies, and he knows how it was developed and what it is. What is the tool? So a description. So this also will be implemented by the end of the project. So you have 2 now, and further will come. Next, please. The pilot testing, it's also another place. You can see already these things showed there. Click on it and try, you will see. Next one, please. It's almost finished. Next. Okay. So here also, it's Nikos told you we published about 30 scientific papers, and even more are coming. So gathering all this information instead of looking by names or whatever you want in Google Scholar, you have all of them here. You can scroll and you have the abstract, and you can click on it and it's a link for looking at our publication. But not only the publication, but also the posters are also there for you when they are available with the abstract and where they were presented. So it's a very nice information if you want to go to our scientific informations and contents. Next, and I think it's over. Okay, and sorry, no, this was one of the last one. We also wanted to mention, as I said at the beginning, the research, relative research data are also available, and you have also nice publications that were chosen by the board to be presented here, and maybe more would be coming, which are related to our project, but not developed within our project, but linked to it. Yes. Next. And thank you very much. I said in 5 minutes, and it's
Thanks, Ellen. So for the presentation of the platform, it's always challenging to have a platform that can be used by stakeholders. I know all the projects that we are developing platforms, and at the end we are struggling to see whether people are visiting. So we try to make, to summarize and to include all the information in this platform and to be available. So how sustainable would be, we do our best, and let's see. On the other hand, I would like to point out that the project has generated several tools. Some of them we explore whether they can be marketed, and I mentioned that we have already a company that emerged from the FF-IPM project, Cervantes, but there are additional tools. The InNose is another company who is partner of the project. It's PCA. This is an Italian company that sells these sensors, the InNose system, but now they are trying to adopt and expand their business and using it for sensing the infested fruits in cargo shipments. So there are developments like this. I think we do have time for opening a discussion. I was a little bit afraid that I'm going to consume part of the lunch break, but we do have some time, and I would open the floor for questions and remarks and any comment that you think is valuable and useful. Okay. I know who can start this operation.
Thank you, Nikos. Darren is for you. Thanks. Here. Thanks for all these nice models and all this information. This is very, very relevant for us. On your models for dorsalis in Europe, you show a lot of possibilities to go further north. I'm asking if you consider the host availability for those models as well.
No, that wasn't explicitly included, but that's a very good suggestion for us to take into that.
Because I saw, for example, Ireland is suitable, but only if ships are hosts, not anything else. They don't have anything else there. In Ireland, you should go and see there. You go, and there's nothing there. If they were there, of course, I agree, but I think it's a good point to take for future.
Yes, no, thank you for that suggestion.
Again, Darren, a question to you. You presented this European potential distribution of Bactrocera based on averaged historical data. And my question is, what was the averaging time scale? Hourly, daily, monthly, weekly?
No, so it's that's a 30-year average based on monthly data splined down to weekly.
On monthly data?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, we've also run, and I didn't show the results there, the results of a time series of live monthly data through there. So you pick up the interannual variation in potential for establishment. So we've got that capability, and also looking at the weekly climate suitability through seasons.
Because I looked at the monthly, multi-annual or average monthly minimum and maximum temperatures for, let's say, if you average on monthly basis for 20 years, it's the range of temperature, minimum, maximum is fairly moderate. If you do it for maximum and minimum monthly temperature over 20-year period, then you get much bigger range. And if you look at the daily or even hourly, the range increases tremendously, which may explain why, based on monthly averages, multi-annual averages, you got dorsalis in Ireland, while if you did it for shorter time scale, then probably Ireland would have been excluded.
Okay, that'll be something to investigate. Thank you. Yeah, no, I think it's something to investigate. What the sort of the counterfactual to that, or sort of the counter argument to that, is where we've gone and looked at calibrating the model. So we haven't gone from laboratory data to straight into the model. We've calibrated it on geographical data, so that the same processes that you're describing would also be in operation in northern China. So where we know that they're able to go and persist based on those long-term average climates. So we take those same averages. So yeah, I think we could look more carefully into to what's going on in Ireland, but I'm not sure that the picture would change dramatically.
Okay, so yeah, other comments? I don't know.
Well, I do have a question to the talk of Josep, but maybe there's someone who can answer it. Because the prices were mentioned per hectare in the end, and my question is, what is acceptable for an average orange grower in Spain or in Greece as a per hectare price for a measure? Yeah, that's the first question.
So I don't know if I have this information. Probably Slawomir can give an answer, or
well, the
our
average
friends here.
cost per hectare of pesticide treatment is within the range of around less than 100 euro per hectare, usually. Okay, maybe 150.
Less? Even less?
Even less. It could be even less than that.
Sorry, I disagree, because the cost of doing a treatment and with a sprayer and equipment and the person who is doing the operator, the application, is more or less the cost is around 50 euros. And plus we have to add the product, and the product is different. Depending on the product, we can have different price, but more or less 100 euros per hectare is normal, so 150. So this is the lowest, because sometimes the price is higher. So
well, but in most cases, which we checked in Greece, Italy, and also Spain, the pesticides which were used and the costs are within this range of less than 100 up to, let's say, 150 euro per hectare. It's okay. Let's assume it's even 200. Okay. Now, if you look at the
take into account that for medfly, for example, in Spain, normally we can carry out between 4 until probably 6, or depending on the variety, applications per year, per season. So you have to multiply per the number of applications. So the price is much higher, depending on the variety.
But still, we are talking about cost less than 300-400 euro per hectare. A cost of magnet met per hectare, if it's not subsidized, is around 500-600 per hectare euro. And whatever, and farmers complain already that it's expensive. So whatever is more expensive than 500-600 per hectare is likely to be rejected by the farmer.
Actually make a comment here, because IPM is all about cost. So, and should be balanced, and the decision of spraying or not spraying depends on all this cost and benefit. Huh? Other, Rui, please.
Yeah, this is for Slawomir. Slawomir, on your tables that you show that early spray or early measures make a difference and show much lower in fruit infestation late on the season. That is your target, is to protect those fruits. You show data based on your model, and I have a question is, have you considered in your model, for example, have the neighbor farm with apricots, that is early infested fruit, or with citrus that come only late in the season, if if it's, does this make any difference to invade your farm and have a more pest pressure than you have when you don't have the neighbors with the pest pressure around? Sorry.
Yes, we simulate situation on the farm with usually 100, 100 or 150 meters buffer around, or sometimes even more than that. Like in case of Lofredi, which I have presented here, there were only 2 farms which were fairly isolated. So we simulated scenario, assuming that the neighboring farmer was convinced to control mayfly, although he had only early peaches there on his farm. So he was not really financially interested in the controlling of mayfly because early peaches are not infested visibly. And another scenario was assuming that we failed to convince him, and the difference is quite big actually. And model reflects that very, very well. And actually, that was the second scenario. The last one was the reality. We tried to convince the farmer and we failed, so our results were not as good as we initially hoped for. But model can cover it, yes.
Okay, other comments or questions? Mario? Yeah. Let's start with Alberto and then Mario, just for saving some time.
Just a comment about the, probably Nikos or Mark, about the genetic study of the different population of mayfly. I think I understood that the most heterogeneity is obtained if the mayfly from Vienna. This is true in the study? I understood from the presentation of... Yeah, okay. I thought that... okay. Okay, it's okay.
No, I think what Nikos was explaining is that it's very hard to pinpoint whether a population is from, let's say, either Italy or Spain, because there's a lot of admixture, so there's a lot of mixturing there. But Vienna is an isolated area, and what we see there is that we see different profiles of the flies that we have there, which lead us to the assumption that it's not established population that is there all the time, because then you would have the same signature year after year. So, you know, to put it rough, I mean, this year they come from Spain, next year they come from Asia, the year after they come from Africa. No, Asia is unlikely, sorry. Yeah. But some can, I mean, from the other parts from the biology study, of course, the potential seems to be there that they can overwinter. So we may have something that is there, but it's always, it's like a vicious circle. Eh? I mean, if you see the same pattern, it doesn't mean that they are established, because they can be imported every year from the same place. So it's a...
The different populations, I think that you show that there is different biological parameters associated to that. Could you correlate to this to genetic background or no?
No, that's a very good point. In fact, we are running the genetic analysis with different tools now, more refined tools, to see whether there is such a correlation. We have not yet analyzed the data. But what we have seen is we would have expected, let's say, like a latitudinal climb in the response of the cold, but this is not the case. And what we have seen for the Vienna population might reflect the that is not a stable, established and adapted population there. So that's why it's, let's say, against the prediction for higher cold tolerance. So in this metric, at least, because we used in this study the chill coma recovery time. So. Okay, Mario.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, maybe I missed during the presentation, about the entomopathogenic nematodes and Beauveria, the application. So I'm wondering if the nematodes required to be applied with water, do they require humidity after the application or not? I guess with Bavaria is only spraying cover sprays of the ground. If I'm not correct, it is a part that is not clear for me, because I'm looking I'm looking this in another way. Some people from here, Rui, Nikos, they were in the Neretva River Valley, where we have action program on relatively isolated and huge areas, but in this area we have individual wild hosts like wild figs, individual trees of figs, some very small orchards of stone fruits, like altogether 20 hectares of peaches, 20 hectares of apricots, and the area is 4,000 hectares. I'm thinking about the possibility for integration of these methods to the overall action plan of suppression, and then application is important, because if it is feasible and don't require sophisticated application and it's simply to apply, I see this can be helpful for us.
So Mario,
So
just
question is
a response for me regarding the idea. The idea is apparently not to cover all the farms with the entomopathogenic nematodes off-season. It's to target areas where we expect that the flies overwinter. Actually, we have done it this year in Greece, but not as an experiment, as a part of the operation of the IPM scenario. And for the application, you apply it with water, but Arne can give a better, comment.
How many water per tree or per hectare?
Yeah, well, we are producing the nematodes, and we recommend about 0.1 liter per square meter. So it's quite a lot of water to be treated, but it's only once, so you do not need to keep it moist afterwards. That's sufficient then. Well, on bare soil, the nematodes are protected immediately since they dig down into the soil. If you have a cover, then we recommend to irrigate afterwards, to wash some nematodes from the grass or from the mulch even. But I was quite happy actually that the mulch is too expensive, because getting nematodes through the mulch layer down to the soil is quite difficult.
Okay, I don't know for the entomopathogenic fungi if there is a comment from Ellen or Andrea that you would like to make, because Mario asked also something for the entomopathogenic fungi. Ellen, you like to comment?
Sorry, but we are ongoing doing more research, but what we've seen with Metarhizium, it seems very promising here. In Italy, we used with the Italian team, and they've seen that it's lasting in the soil after 2 years. So maybe it's less application and can be useful to be there already to inoculate the soil, and maybe renew it maybe after 2 or 3 years. That's it. So maybe it's expensive at the first go, but then afterwards can be useful and applied with water. I think Bavaria is working as well, like Metarhizium. And we are testing in La Réunion on Bactosa dorsalis as well, which is not exactly linked to the project of this one, but we tried also, and it seems to have the same effect and stay in the soil for at least now for a year. So we'll be testing for next year.
Okay, so another comment from Rui?
No, it's not a comment. It's a question for Mark. Mark, you covered. You can use this one. Now you mentioned the possibilities of introductions to commercial products or backpacks. I want to listen from you what you think about the spread of fruit flies through mail parcels that are shipped from let's say from someone down in La Réunion to the mainland France, for example.
Yeah, that's true. We had, for the Belgian government, we had to do a kind of like a risk assessment, and that was one of the points that came out now as well. I mean, but our main problem is that we don't really have any data on how much fruit is being sent out by mail postage. I know in the United States it seems to be quite a big thing for certain areas, but in Europe we don't have a clue on what is the magnitude of it. But it is certainly a potential risk if it is increasing. That's for true.
Okay, so final comment from Philippos, and then we can go for lunch.
I have a question for Slavomir and Darren. You both have decision support systems, as I understood. Is there any chance to have interoperability between the two, first? And second quick question for Slavomir, how many types of insects, virtual insects, you can work with your DSS farm?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
So the first one is the two systems can exchange information, your system and Darren.
Yes.
And the second one is how many types of virtual insects you are working with in the virtual farm DSS.
Slavomir, you can start, just to save some. So the first is about the integration of the two systems. So can the two systems that be integrated? So that's...
Well, theoretically, there's a possibility to not to integrate, but to work jointly on certain aspects. Like, for example, the question of establishment, of the risk of establishment of fruit flies can be solved at regional scale by Climax and model and approach represented by Darren. But then within each region, we may have certain especially vulnerable spots where risk may be much higher, and this risk can be better probably estimated with the approach of my model, which can simulate situation on the area, let's say up to 1 square kilometer. So not necessarily a single farm, it may be a few farms or suburban area, for example, which is in particularly vulnerable for first incursions and early establishment of foreign flies. So I can see such potential, but well, that's another project basically.
Okay. I think it's with the Dimex modeling and Slavomir's pest on farm modeling that the two methods are most similar. And yeah, so you could be using them to try to complement them. But I think the thing that distinguishes them really is that Slavomir's model, I think, is more focused on looking at management strategies and really being able to go and dig down into that. So fair comment?
Not necessarily on development under specific farm conditions. It may be linked. The model simulates development of medfly under specific farm conditions, which may or may not include its management or IPM. And the same model can be used to estimate risk of or chances for establishment of new incursions or new propagules which arrive at specific location, let's say suburban or farm at specific time of the year, or even if it's farm under specific IPM regime. If new pest arrives under such situation, what are his chances to establishment? This kind of questions can be answered or identifying hotspots or risk areas, very specific risk areas.
Okay, so I see that the people behind the scenes, they are looking for us to finish. So anyways, I think we can conclude this morning, which was rich of information from the FF-IPM project. I would like to thank everybody for attending, for contributing, for discussing our findings. We are still have few months to go in order to complete the project. These are months of integration of all the information, of uploading our findings, and also of trying to find let's say, more dissemination and communication opportunities and ways to commercialize some of our products. So I would like to thank ANECUP for hosting this event. And I would like to thank again IVIA for giving us the space here and for all the help with the organization of the meeting. Also, I would like to thank, as I did it in the earlier ANECUP, but especially Georgia from running from one place to the other and coordinating all these things. And all of you for attending and all the presenters. Okay, thank you very much. So a picture, can we have a picture here? Come over here. Georgia is coordinating this. Come here for a picture, please. Everybody.